Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. Did you know that over 75% of businesses today use automated testing tools to speed up their development process? Today we're diving into Selenium training. Selenium is an open source tool used for automating web browsers. It allows testers and developers to automate the testing of web applications across different browsers and platforms. By simulating user interactions with web pages, Selenium helps ensure that web applications work as expected under various conditions. Companies using Selenium see a 30% faster testing speed and a 20% cut in testing costs, showcasing its impact on accelerating development without compromising quality. Mastery of Selenium is essential today, given the growing reliance on web apps. It unlocks diverse career paths in software testing, quality assurance, and web development. Throughout this course, we'll cover everything you need to know about Selenium: installation and setup, basics of Selenium WebDriver, advanced automation techniques, real-world applications, and case studies. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now, let us look at the agenda. 1. Introduction to Selenium. 2. Selenium installation. 3. Variables, objects, and constructors. 4. Exception handling. 5. Collections. Let's dive in.
The history of Selenium, why did it come to the market, and what was the need of enhancing the Selenium tool? So typical history of Selenium goes with the fact that in the Selenium tool was actually made by a company called ThoughtWorks. And these were the guys who were working in Yahoo, and couple of guys came outside and started ThoughtWorks, and that is where inside the company they thought of making a tool called Selenium, which is nothing but it's a portable testing framework for web apps, and is an open source tool. Now, if you just compare Selenium with your QTP, or now it is called as HPUFT. QTP, HPUFT is a commercial tools. Per license, I would say it will cost you around about 4,000 US dollars. Selenium investment is per se Selenium. It's a portable testing framework meant for web apps only, and it's an open source tool. Comparison of Selenium with other tools available in the market. The other tools which are available in the market are your RFT, that is your Rational Functional Test from IBM Rational, or your HPUFT, earlier it was called as QTP, from Hewlett Packard. Okay, these two, RFT and QTP, are commercial tools, and each license will cost you around about 4,000 to 5,000 USD. Okay, comparing it in terms of price, Selenium is open source, it is free. So the direct repercussion of Selenium being free is that you do not have to do any initial investment as a company. The only investment required is in the human resource, or the skill sets in the human resource rather. Because of its the free behavior, or because it's a non-commercial tool, Selenium has been used in the market for a long time, and it is being accepted worldwide in all IT companies. Can be the tool for your functional testing. Secondly, most of the applications that you see right now in around the world, I would say 95% of the applications are made with web technology. Okay, seldom you will see very few applications which are desktop applications, unless it is required, and required by intrinsic usage inside a company. So since 95% of the application are web-based or made with web technologies, Selenium fits in fantastic out there. And today the age is of e-commerce, and mobile applications, so Selenium will fit in out there, because Selenium does not only supports your native web applications that you use with your desktop or laptop. You can use Selenium to automate your mobile applications also, that is native mobile applications, or applications which can be opened through web in your mobile devices. So that is why Selenium fits in not only for your web apps, but for your mobile apps also. Next thing is currently the current version of Selenium is called 3.0. This was launched in 29th of August 16. Okay, it's a very latest version, and is in and this particular version has 3 tools inside it. The 3 tools inside the Selenium 3.0 web version is Selenium IDE, the integrated development environment. The Selenium IDE is specifically used by manual tester who are jumping towards Selenium for the first time, or by non-testers. Why Selenium IDE is used by non-testers or by manual testers who are jumping towards Selenium for the first time? Because it's a record and playback tool. That means it will give you UI, user interface, to record your transactions and to play back your transactions. When I say transaction, it precisely means to record your Selenium scripts and play back your Selenium scripts. Guys who have worked with QTP or HPUFT or RFT, they would know what is a record and playback tool. Okay, you will have UIs to record your automation scripts and play back your automation scripts, and that is what Selenium IDE does. But yes, as far as Selenium IDE is concerned, it has a lot of restrictions per se, that it has a lot of, I would not say restrictions, I would say a lot of disadvantages as far as Selenium IDE is concerned. And that is why most of the company and the teams situated inside the companies do rather use Selenium WebDriver instead of using Selenium IDE. So the next tool which is available in the Selenium 3.0 web is Selenium WebDriver. It's basically an API. It's an application programming interface. Guys who are you're hearing this word for the first time, API is nothing but it's kind of a bridge. For example, let's say Microsoft Word. Let's say it wants to speak with your calculator. Okay, it cannot speak directly with the calculator application situated in your desktop. You need to create a bridge so that the data transfer between Microsoft Word and calculator is understandable by both the parties. And that bridge is nothing but an API. So you need to create a bridge between Word and your calculator in order to send and receive data between these two apps. And that's what an API does. So Selenium WebDriver is an API by itself, which is a bridge between you and your application that you are trying to automate. Okay. Now, Selenium WebDriver is a far better tool in comparison to Selenium IDE. Why is it? I will let you know in a short period of time. The third tool available in the Selenium 3.0 web is called Selenium Grid. Now, Grid is basically used for parallel testing. Now, what do you mean by parallel testing? Now, for example, you have as a tester, you guys have created 1,000 scripts. Let's say 1,000 script, and you want to actually test the 1,000 scripts over different browsers. Let's say take example of 3 browsers. Let's say Firefox, Mozilla Firefox, Chrome, and IE. Okay, now let's say you configure a single computer with these 3 browsers. What you are supposed to do? You're supposed to run these 1,000 scripts over these browsers. Okay, that means 1,000 scripts over Firefox, 1,000 scripts over your excuse me, over Internet Explorer, and 1,000 scripts over your Chrome. Now, if you want to run these 1,000 scripts over these 3 browsers configured in a single machine, it will take a lot of time, because you got to basically test the 1,000 scripts over Chrome first, and then IE, and then Firefox, or in whichever manner you want to do it, but it has to be done one after another in a particular browser. Excuse me. So what you do is that instead of doing the procedure one after another, what you do is you do a parallel approach. What do you mean by that? Let's say you have 3 computers. All these 3 computers are configured with IE Chrome and Firefox respectively. What you do is, I will show you a diagram at this point of time. So you have three computers like this, and these three computers are configured with the respective browsers. Let's say this is Chrome, this is IE. I hope you are able to see my diagram, and this is Firefox. Okay, what you do, you connect these three computers with a hub. This is called a hub, and these computers become nodes for the hub. So this will be node 1, this will be node 2, this will be node 3. What happens is that you will push, this is a hub, this is not 4. So what you are going to do, you are going to push this 1000 scripts in the hub. This hub will be configured with grid, your Selenium grid. And what will this hub do? The hub will push 1000 scripts to N1, 1000 scripts to N2, and 1000 scripts to N3 respectively and parallelly. This hub will push the 1000 scripts parallelly in node 1, 2, and 3, and will run the 1000 scripts in node 1, node 2, node 3 at the same time. So what is going to happen, if you are running the 1000 scripts parallelly in all the three nodes having three different configurations of browsers, the time taken to execute the 1000 scripts in respective nodes with respective browsers will be obviously lesser than a single machine configured with Firefox, IE, and Chrome. So that is what grid does. So grid is basically used for parallel testing, thus reducing your execution time. Or you can also say that grid can be used for cross-browser testing. Guys who are in testing will not know that, and most of you are into testing, so you will know it, unless until Mohammed, who is doing it for the first time. So cross-browser testing is a procedure in which you test the functionalities of the application over different browsers. Now, if you have a single machine configured with IE, Chrome, and Firefox, and you run the 1000 scripts respectively in Firefox, IE, and Chrome in the same computer, probably the execution time will be 2 days. Same stuff if you do it over a distributed environment where you have a hub and node architecture, obviously the execution time will come from 2 days, will reduce from 2 days to half a day, because the 1000 scripts are executed parallelly in different nodes in different browsers, and that is what a grid does. So I hope I am able to make you understand. If you have any questions, you can ask me or you can raise your hand. So that is what this particular, Selenium 3.0 web will have. It's nothing but a suite of tools. It's called a suite. It's called a suite of tools, and the suite of tools comprises of Selenium IDE, Selenium WebDriver, and your Selenium Grid. As far as our training is concerned, we'll be concentrating into Selenium WebDriver and Selenium Grid. I will not concentrate in Selenium IDE because of the fact this can be learned by a novice also. By an immature guy or guy who is learning for the first time, Selenium IDE can be learned by itself. It's a very, very easy tool, but I will make sure that I can show you a demo of it. Okay. Why companies do not prefer to use Selenium IDE? Because of the kind of disadvantages Selenium IDE has. The first disadvantage is that Selenium IDE can get only configured in Firefox browser. You cannot configure Selenium IDE in any other browsers apart from Firefox. So obviously it becomes a tedious affair, and a question which arises in the mind is that if it is basically configuring itself in Firefox browser only, what happens to other browsers? Nothing can happen. You cannot do anything. You have to have Firefox browser in your system, and then only you can install Selenium IDE. Why? Because Selenium IDE is considered as a plugin of Firefox browsers, and that is why it gets configured only over Firefox browser. The next disadvantage is that with Selenium IDE, you can record scripts and playback your scripts only in Firefox browser. That means recording of your automation scripts can only happen through your Firefox browser, And playing back of this script can only happen through Firefox browser. And there's a question. I'll just answer to that.
I think most of the companies are using Selenium 2.53.
Okay, I'll come to that. Let me tell you one thing. Until August 28, 2016, okay, you had Selenium 2.0 web. Sorry, not 3.0, 2.0 web. Okay, this comprised of IDE. This is also a suite of tools. 2.0 web was also a suite of tools. It comprised of Selenium IDE, Selenium WebDriver, and Selenium Grid. Now, what Mohammed you are speaking about is the last version of WebDriver in Selenium 2.0 web.
Yes.
Okay, that was this last version of Selenium WebDriver in 2.0 web version was 2.53.1. That was the last version. And from August 29, 2016, they launched Selenium 3.0 web, comprising of the same three tools inside it. Okay. The only thing is that the version of WebDriver has been changed from 2 series to 3 series.
Okay.
Okay. The first version of 3 series that was launched for Selenium WebDriver was 3.3.0 beta 1. The latest version that is now released in Selenium 3.0 web for Selenium WebDriver version. I'm speaking about the Selenium WebDriver version present in Selenium 3.0 web. The latest version is 3.0.0 beta 4. This is the latest version. So the last version of Selenium WebDriver in Selenium 2.0 was 2.53.1. And that has been stopped now. Now, since Selenium 3.0 web was launched, the first version of Selenium WebDriver was 3.0.0 beta 1. The latest is 3.0.0 beta 4. Coming back to Selenium IDE, which I was speaking about, you can record and playback your scripts only in Firefox browser. The next question which arises in the market is that what happens if I want to record my scripts in other browsers apart from Firefox, or if I want to run my scripts in other browsers apart from Firefox? Because Selenium IDE is a tool, it's an UI based tool, user interface based tool, which can get itself configured only in Firefox browser. You can create your automation scripts, that is, you can record your automation script only with Firefox browser.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is Selenium primarily used for? Option A, database management. Option B, web application testing automation. Option C, network security. Option D, machine learning. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at testing software? Our Selenium course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about Selenium. It's like a toolbox for testing web applications, from ensuring they work to finding bugs. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Selenium Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Selenium as a tool was, the Selenium IDE rather, was developed by a guy called Jason Higgins. He worked in ThoughtWorks, and this IDE was released in 2004. Actually, it was made as an internal project of ThoughtWorks. Okay, and the guy who was creating IDE was Jason Higgins. He was working as one of the project managers in ThoughtWorks, and Selenium IDE was a project by itself, for an internal project for ThoughtWorks company, and was developed by Jason Higgins way back in 2004. Later on in 2007-8, Selenium RC also was released internally in ThoughtWorks. RC is called remote control and was developed by a guy called Paul Hammond. He later joined the team in ThoughtWorks and steered the second mode of development, that is Selenium RC. Now, why did Selenium RC came to the picture? Now, I told you that Selenium IDE can only record and playback scripts in Firefox browsers. That is a major disadvantage then, because you should run your scripts in other browsers also, because web applications, do you create a web application only for Firefox? Web applications should be made to work in different browsers. So why restrict yourself in creating a script and running a script in Firefox? And that's what IDE does. It can only run your scripts and create your scripts in Firefox. That's a major disadvantage of IDE. That is the reason that RC came to the picture. If you had used RC would have run your scripts not only in Firefox, but with other browsers also. So you can create your scripts with IDE, but the same script can be run in different browsers using RC. And that was the reason RC was made, so that the scripts made in IDE could be run in other browsers apart from Firefox. That was the major reason. The second major reason is that it does not mean that you have to create your scripts only in IDE and then run it with RC over different browsers. You can independently create your script also, and that independent script created in RC could be run in other browsers also, that is Firefox, Mozilla, IE, Safari, etc. So there are two modes of approach of creating the RC tool. One is to run the scripts. Don't bother about my drawing because it's highly difficult to control this particular drawing. To run the scripts made in IDE in other browsers, made in IDE in other browsers. Other browser means apart from Firefox. So you can create your scripts in IDE and run in other browsers using RC. The second behavior of why RC came to the market, you can create independent scripts in RC. Independent scripts per se means that you can create independent scripts in RC and run it in different browsers. That's also you can do with RC. And that was the major reason because of which RC was launched. So RC was launched for two purposes: to run Selenium IDE scripts in other browsers apart from Firefox. Second reason, you can create independent scripts to run this independent script in other browsers. So for example, I don't want to use IDE. I directly want to use RC. Yes, you can do it. You can create your independent script in RC and the same script can run in Firefox, Chrome, IE, Safari, etc. Or for example, I am not comfortable with RC. I can create my script in IDE and can run the scripts in IDE made in IDE in different browsers using RC. Okay, so that was the reason of RC coming to the market. Okay, now if you go out here, let's say you want to, now you have created a script out here, right? Now you want to run it in RC. How do you do that? Or let's say not only in RC, you want to run it in WebDriver also. How do you do that? There's a feature called file. If you go to file, there's a feature called export test case as. This will actually convert. So please understand, these scripts are made with Selenium commands. Open is the Selenium commands, type is the Selenium command, click is the Selenium commands. So let's say you want to run this script in RC or in WebDriver. RC has become obsolete now. Now it is only WebDriver. What you need to do is that you have to go to file, export the test case in C# language or in Java language or in Python language or in Ruby language. I can just export it to, let's say, Java test-ng. Okay. So this will convert the Selenium commands, these commands which are in Selenium format, Selenium command format, will be converted to a Java language automatically by this particular option given, export test case as Java or C#. So let's say I want to export it back to Java language. After exporting, so let's say I click out here. I want to save it as exported script. Save it as. Now, if you open up the script, so I have converted the script to Java language now. This converted script can be run through RC or through WebDriver in different browsers now. If I open this is in Java language. This is absolutely in Java language. Now it is haphazard right now. It looks haphazard. But if you look at it, it will be in Java language. How do I know that? Let's say I open up Eclipse. Eclipse is an IDE to create your Java codes. Okay, I'll just show you. If you're getting confused, please let me know, because this is just an orientation. You don't have to bother about too much things. Training will commence in a few days. What you need to do is you have to go to import and import a general file system. Next, from your desktop, and the file system is not. So what you need to do is, first of all, once you want to see the Java code, I just want to show you the Java code. So what I need to do is I will create a workspace. Let's say I'll call this as project and put this inside the project. Then I can go to Eclipse and go to file, go to import, general import projects into workspace, browse to that particular project. Yeah, this is the one. Let me put the project in WE. I should be able to open up general projects from folder archive. Click out here, browse inside WE, and there should be a project out here. Yeah, this is the one. Why is it not showing? Just copy it from here directly and paste it in a new class file. I'll create a new class file out here. I'll just paste it here. This is how the Java language looks like. So it's converted, exported to a Java language. This is actually the class file name, strictly speaking. PORT, exported text. So I can just remove this particular class file. Let it be this one only. Rename the compilation. Exported PORTED. Okay, and you will see that there's a lot of underline is coming. So for that I need to just do one stuff. I need to actually use the Selenium WebDriver jar files. All these things will come to you. I'll explain you everything later on. I just want to show you it's already been done. So you just have to import before class from JUnit. You got to also use the test ng out here. So you got to go to properties and Java build path, libraries, add external jar files, jar and var, the test ng 6.9. This jar file has to be used. Order and export, select all. Okay, and your red underline goes whatever it is, and the last part is this one. This has to be removed. So this is the Java code. Now what you can do is that this can be run in different browsers. Okay, right now it will run in Firefox browser because I'm using this particular class file. You don't worry about what jargons I'm using. I can also make this script to run in other browsers apart from Firefox. So what you need to do, what I'm trying to show you is that you have to first export the script in a particular language and then use Selenium WebDriver to run it in different browsers. Right now it will run in Firefox. If I want it, I can run in Chrome or IE or whatever it is. Just have to do certain changes in the code. That's what RC does. So RC at that point of time was released not only to counteract the problem of Selenium IDE that you can run it in other browsers apart from Firefox. It can be also used for creating independent scripts. And then in 2008, there's a guy called Philip Henrigo who developed Selenium Grid, which further steered the parallel testing. And I showed you what is a parallel testing out there. So this Selenium I plus RC plus Grid in 2008 was called as Selenium 1.0. The Selenium 1.0 web is a suite of tools which consisted of Selenium IDE, Selenium RC, and Selenium Grid. So 1.0 web was a suite of tools comprising of Selenium IDE, RC, and Grid. And what is Selenium IDE used for? Record and playback tool, which acts as an add-on to Firefox. We have seen that. The recorded transaction gets converted to Selenium commands. I showed you what is a Selenium command, and this is the symbol for your Selenium IDE with a pencil sign. RC, it's basically a server API. It's an application programming interface. Okay, and this is used to complement IDE. How does it complement IDE? The IDE scripts can be converted to a particular language. After conversion, it can be played back to Selenium RC, so that the same script can run over different browsers. And this is how you can do cross-browser testing also. Selenium Grid also is a server API. It's an application programming interface which helps in parallel testing. Now please understand, APIs are nothing in Java. API is a combination of jar files. Jar means Java archive. So you will not get any executable for an API. You see, was Selenium ID. Selenium ID is an executable. .exe extension file will come. Extension files, that is executable files rather, with .exe extension can be installed in your system. APIs cannot be installed. API we use a jargon called as API should be configured in your system, because API is not an executable file. So RC and Grid is an API. You have to configure it in your system. We'll see all these configurations and all later on. Okay, and this is a symbol for your Grid with 3 dots, and this is a symbol for your RC with the arrow mark out here. Speaking about ID, it's a record and playback tool which can be installed as an add-on of Firefox. Recorded transaction turns into Selenium commands. We have seen that. Recording and playback of transaction can only happen in Firefox browser, and this acts as a major drawback. Parameterization is possible with third-party extensions. Most of you, I do not know you know about parameterization or not. For example, I am going to test the functionality of login to my Gmail account. What I need to do, I have to give my URL of Gmail, give my username and password, and then click on the sign in button. Then that's how I can go to my inbox page. Now let's say the same functionality has to be tested with 10 different username and password. How do I do that? Manually, I need to do the transaction by taking 10 different username and password. That means I have to do the same test case. I have to execute the same test case 10 times. And each time the transaction will be to open up the username manually, to open up the URL manually, then manually type in the username, manually type in the password, and click on the sign in button. And this I have to do 10 times, and that's a tedious affair. Parameterization in automation helps you out in reducing this time and reducing your manual intervention also. How do you do that? You create a script, the same script of giving the URL, typing the username, typing the password, and clicking on the sign in button. Now what you can do is that the same script can run 10 times with 10 different username and passwords. So what do? You create a variable for username and password. I'll show you all this thing when automation comes. So once you variabilize the username and password, what it will do is that it will run the script with different username and password, since it has become a variable. And it will run that number of times as the number of username and password are given to it. So like, for example, I give 10 different username and password. Automatically the script is going to run 10 times. And each time it runs, it will take an individual username and an individual password associated with it. And that's called parameterization. So actually you are doing retesting with automation effect, where you don't need to run the script 10 times with 10 different username and password. The same, you just have to click on the, you just have to click on the playback button once. It will run the same script 10 times, but each time it runs, it will take the individual username and password dataset. That is what parameterization does. In IDE, you can do parameterization, but it has to be done by using a third-party extension. That means Selenium IDE as a whole does not have the feature to do parameterization. It has to take help from third party to do parameterization. And if tomorrow the third party stops support for parameterization, you have to stop parameterization in IDE, because IDE is dependent on third party extension for doing parameterization. So it's a risky behavior to carry out parameterization. Today you can do it with IDE. Tomorrow, if the third party stops support for parameterization, you cannot do anything. That's also a disadvantage, you can say. So parameterization is possible in IDE, but by using third party extensions. Because as a whole, the intrinsic feature of Selenium IDE does not have any behavior to do parameterization. You have to take help from third party extensions. Management of test suites is a problematic behavior in IDE. Now what I am trying to say are the disadvantages of IDE. First disadvantage is that you can only play back and record your scripts in Firefox browser. Second of all, parameterization is possible in IDE, but you have to use third-party extensions. Tomorrow, the third-party extension guys stop supports, you cannot help out. You have to stop your parameterization using IDE. Third is management of test suite is not possible in IDE. What do you mean by management of test suites? For example, I have 1,000 different test cases. Out of these 1,000 different test cases, certain test cases are dependent on one another. Certain test cases are independent on one another. Okay, and these are present in a particular test suite. So like this one test suite consisting of 1,000 test cases, you might have 10 different test suites consisting of 10,000 test cases. How do you manage it? How do you check out which are the test cases which should be dependent or independent? Because if you have dependent test cases and dependent test suites, it has to be run in such a manner that the other test cases and test suites are also taken care of. Otherwise, you will get stupid results. If you have independent test suites or independent test cases, you have to run it, you can run it independent of each other. Now, how do you manage it? Manually, it is impossible to manage. And if IDE cannot manage it, then what is the deal of using IDE? So management of test suite is not possible with IDE. That's a major drawback also again in IDE. Because of these drawbacks, companies do not use IDE. But yes, they are used by people who are learning automation for the first time. Guys who are moving from manual to automation, they would learn it to just have a feel of what is automation all about. Generation of test reports, next impossible. Now if you do not have test reports, what is the deal of creating automation scripts using IDE? Reports is the most important thing, which will tell you which test case has passed, which test case has failed, why it has failed. All these reports are needed. Reports are also needed by your managers to understand the health of your project. Now if you are not able to generate reports, what is the deal of using IDE then? That's also a major drawback. So because of these drawbacks, whatever, recording playback only happen in Firefox, parameterization is not possible, management of test suite is not possible, generation of test reports is next to impossible. Because of these drawbacks, ThoughtWorks had to release RC. And the release of RC was for two purposes, as I told you, to run the Selenium IDE scripts in other browsers apart from Firefox, and also to create independent scripts. So we'll see about RC. It's a server API. That means it's a set of jar files. As far as Java is concerned, you have to download this API, okay, and then configure it over your computer. You can run the converted Selenium scripts of IDE. I showed you how to run it. What you need to do is that you have to first use this particular feature as I have showed you. You have to go to File, export it to C#, Java or Ruby or Python, whatever it is. After exporting, you can run the scripts in other browsers apart from Firefox. So you can convert the Selenium IDE script to a Java format, or Python or Ruby or C#, and then run it in other browsers apart from Firefox. Can be used to create independent test scripts. Let's say I don't want to use Selenium IDE to create my scripts. I can directly use Selenium RC to create independent test scripts which can run in different browsers. Okay, can run same test scripts over different browsers, such as you can do cross-browser testing with RC. Drawbacks. Now, why RC was replaced by WebDriver, you will understand it right now. It's a weak API. Weak API means if you have a weak API, please understand the number of classes, number of methods in the classes will be less. If the number of methods and the number of classes, the coding structure will be more. That means as a tester, you have to write down more codes. Why? Because you have less number of classes implementing the API, less number of methods in the classes, and that will make your job tedious as a tester. Why? Because you have to write down more codes. More codes means more complexity. More complexity means your test might get haywire, your deliveries might get haywire, your reporting might get haywire because of less knowledge in coding. If you have less knowledge in coding, then a weak API will create havoc for you. Weak API means less number of classes implementing the API, less number of methods in the class. So you have to, as a tester, if you know coding, you can write down codes. As a tester, if you do not know coding, you have to write down huge codes, which might increase the complexity behavior of your projects. So RC was a weak API. Management of test suite is possible with RC, but to a certain level. If the number of test suites becomes high, management becomes difficult. It's problematic. Now, the third point which I'm speaking about was a major drawback because of which RC was replaced by WebDriver in Selenium 2.0 web. Now I'm speaking about Selenium 1.0 web right now. In Selenium 1.0 web, you had Selenium RC. And this drawback, that is the third drawback, was a major, this drawback I'm speaking about was a major drawback because of which RC was replaced by WebDriver in Selenium 2.0 web. Now for using RC, you have to start the RC server. And how do you start the RC server? By using command prompt. In Windows computer, if you just write in your search box CMD, it will open up the command prompt. And you have to fire a particular command in order to start the RC server. And what happened? Most of these times the RC server used to misfire. That means even after firing the command, the server did not start. And if the RC server did not start, you will not be able to use RC for the purpose of cross-browser testing. And 90% of the time, RC server misfired. That means even after firing the command through the command prompt, the server of RC did not used to start. If the server is not starting, you cannot do anything. You cannot create scripts. You cannot run your scripts also. That means you cannot run your automation scripts also. And that was a major drawback of RC. The RC server need to be started, and starting the RC server was a pain. Why? Because it did not used to start. It used to misfire. And companies started asking questions to ThoughtWorks. Why do you have this kind of API where the server does not start, and people and companies became, kind of disillusioned because of this particular problem, and they started having problems. They started having jittery effects in order to use Selenium tool, because the RC server used to misfire, and if the RC server misfired, how would you do cross-browser testing? How would you run the converted scripts from Selenium IDE, or how would you create your independent scripts? How would you run those scripts? So these kind of questions started in the market, stating that why would I use a Selenium tool if the tools are not working fine, if the RC is not working fine. So starting the RC server was a major problem. Next, you have to use command line prompt. For example, I want to run the script, I have to fire a command. Let's say I want to run this script in Firefox browser, there's a separate command. Let's say I want to run in Chrome browser, there's a separate command which needs to be fired from the command prompt. So using command line prompt was a major drawback also. Need to fire separate commands to run the same script in different browsers. If I want to stop the RC server, there's a command for it, and that command has to be fired from command prompt. Report generation was not up to the mark. It used to create technical reports only, but the technical reports created by RC was also not up to the mark. Technical guys did not like it. And these were the questions that were asked to the ThoughtWorks guys. Why did you create an API which is a weak API? Why do I need to start the RC server? Because most of the time it misfires. Why do I need to use command line prompt to fire my commands in order to start the RC server or stop the RC server or run the scripts in different browsers? Why is report generation bad in RC server? These kind of questions or drawbacks which were counter questioned by a lot of companies, and because of these counter questions and these drawbacks, RC was replaced in 2.0 web with WebDriver. So before I tell you about 2.0 web, let's go to Grid. Grid was also part of 1.0 web version. It's also a server API. You have to download it. It is a set of jar files. You have to configure it in your system because it's an API, and this is used for Selenium for your parallel testing. And this is how the diagram looks like. You have a hub and a node. I have shown you this. So this can be run to run the same test scripts or test suite across different browsers spread in hub node architecture. The nodes will be configured with different browsers, and hub will be configured with Selenium Grid, and the grid will actually push up the scripts in respective nodes with respective configurations of browsers so that parallel testing can be done. Run dependent or independent test scripts or test cases across different browser configuration spread in hub node architecture. Okay. Now Selenium 2.0 web was launched in 2009 by merging the Selenium RC with WebDriver. Now what do you mean by merging? Selenium RC was a project by itself. Because of the drawbacks of Selenium RC, WebDriver came into existence in Selenium 2.0 web. Okay, and Selenium RC was merged with WebDriver to call it as Selenium WebDriver by itself. Selenium 2.0 web is also a suite of tools. It consisted of Selenium WebDriver, Selenium IDE, and Selenium Grid was retained in Selenium 2.0 web. So the drawbacks of Selenium RC forced Selenium WebDriver to come to the market. Because what happens is that because of the RC problem, companies started losing focus and losing interest in using Selenium. And that created a lot of jittery inside ThoughtWorks. And that is what is the reason for replacing Selenium RC with WebDriver in Selenium 2.0. So the drawbacks of Selenium RC forced Selenium WebDriver to come to the market. And how did the drawbacks became an advantage in Selenium WebDriver? In Selenium WebDriver, you don't have to start any server. In RC, you have to start the server using command prompt. In Selenium WebDriver, you don't have to start any servers using command prompt. Okay, Selenium WebDriver is a stronger API than your Selenium RC. Creating of reports is fantastic with WebDrivers. Both technical reports and managerial reports can be developed with WebDriver. Managerial reports were not possible with RC. Because of these reasons, because of the drawbacks of RC, WebDrivers was launched, and the drawbacks were taken care of in WebDriver. And that is why it was launched in Selenium 2.0 Web. Recently, 3.0 Web was launched, as I've told you, in August 2016. Okay, in Selenium 3.0, they have retained Selenium WebDriver, they have retained Selenium IDE, they have retained Selenium Grid. The difference between 2.0 Web and 3.0 Web, in 2.0, Selenium WebDriver used to support the scripts of Selenium RC. Okay, in 3.0 Web, the Selenium WebDriver does not support the scripts of Selenium RC. Because there are a lot of companies who asked, boss, we have created a lot of scripts in Selenium RC. What happens since you have launched Selenium WebDriver? So Selenium WebDriver, what it does, it used to support rather RC scripts. That means you can run your Selenium RC scripts in Selenium WebDriver in 2.0 Web. But from 3.0 Web onwards, Selenium WebDriver have stopped support of running the Selenium RC scripts. But Selenium WebDriver in Selenium 3.0 still supports the running of Selenium IDE scripts, that is maintained. Okay, now difference between Selenium RC and WebDriver, and you will see because of this difference, you will be also able to understand why was RC replaced by Selenium WebDriver. First is RC is a weak API, WebDriver is a stronger API. Stronger API means more classes implementing the API, more methods in the classes. So less number of codes you have to write down. Less number of code means less complexity. Whereas RC was a weak API. Weak API means less number of classes implementing the API, less number of methods. That means you have to write down more codes. More code means more complexity. Simple. Can run scripts of Selenium IDE after conversion. WebDriver also can run scripts of Selenium IDE after conversion. Okay, even the Selenium WebDriver present in 3.0 Web also can do the same stuff, can run scripts of Selenium IDE after conversion. Third point, management of excessive test suites is a problem in RC. But management of excessive test suites in Selenium WebDriver is a cakewalk. Fantastically it does using the TestNG frameworks. We'll see that. No support for third-party APIs and softwares. Selenium WebDriver supports third-party API and softwares. What do you mean by third-party API softwares? For example, I want to use log information. I want to create log information. I can use a third-party API called log4j. I can integrate log4j with Selenium WebDriver in order to create log information, which is not possible with Selenium RC. Why? Because Selenium RC does not support third-party APIs, or did not used to support rather. For example, I want to read and write from Excel sheet. For that, I need to use Apache POI API. RC did not used to support third-party APIs, so you will not be able to read and write Excel sheet using RC. But Selenium WebDriver, it is possible because you can integrate Apache POI API with Selenium WebDriver API in order to read and write from Excel sheets. That's called third-party support. Selenium RC, you have to start the RC server. In Selenium WebDriver, no need to start any server. RC server misfired most of the times. So when you used to start the RC server, it did not used to start. It used to misfire most of the times. Since there's no starting of any server, there's no concept of misfiring in WebDriver, obviously. In RC, we need to use command line prompts for the purpose of starting the server, stopping the server, or running the scripts over different browsers. Selenium WebDriver, there's no concept of command line prompt because you don't have to start any server. You don't have to use any commands for running the script in different browsers. There's no usage of command line prompt in WebDriver. RC was a command specific usage. This is no commands used. RC used to generate bad reports. Selenium WebDriver, you can not only generate fantastic technical reports, you can generate managerial reports. How does a technical report differ from a managerial reports? Managerial reports are only into pie charts and histograms, macro level analysis of the project with different colors. Technical reports are hardcore technical. So you can generate both technical and managerial reports with Selenium WebDriver, which is not possible with RC. RC used to generate technical reports, but very bad technical reports. RC cannot generate technical managerial reports, which is a major drawback. And lastly, cannot run WebDriver script. Can run Selenium RC script, but this can run Selenium RC script is only possible if we are using WebDriver present in 2.0 web. That means Mohammed was telling me I was telling Mohammed that the last version of Selenium WebDriver, that was your 2.53.1 in Selenium 2.0. That version, that was the last version of Selenium 2.0 web, that used to support RC scripts. But from 3 series, the Selenium WebDriver present in Selenium 3.0 series will not support Selenium RC scripts.
Hey there! Want to get really good at testing software? Our Selenium course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about Selenium. It's like a toolbox for testing web applications, from ensuring they work to finding bugs. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Selenium Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Okay, now if you want to install your IDE inside, you need the Firefox browser. You can download Firefox browser. It's pretty easy, and configure it in your system. The next thing that you're supposed to do is you need to go to a parent site of Selenium. Now this is called the parent site of Selenium, where you will get all your softwares required for usage. So you need to go to a website called as www.seleniumhq.org. Okay, you need to go to a section called as download. There are a lot of menu buttons out here: projects, download, documentation, support, and about. So you need to go and click on download, and if you scroll down, you will see a subsections called as Selenium IDE, and you can download it from this particular link called as from add-ons of mozilla.org. Download the latest released version of Selenium IDE from this particular link. You just have to click on this link, and there's a button called add to Firefox. You can just click on this particular button, and you have to give the permission to install it in your Firefox browser. Just click on install and restart your browser. Once you install it, 2 things you will see to confirm yourself that Selenium IDE has installed or has got installed in your browser or not. First thing is this particular button called the Selenium button. You can see that with a pencil sign. That's Selenium IDE button. The second thing is that you can go to your tools menu, you can go to add-ons, you can go to your extensions. You will see Selenium IDE as an add-on of your Firefox browser. But since it is an add-on of Firefox browser, you cannot install it in any other browsers. You try to install it in Chrome, for example, just go to www.seleniumhq.org. You will be wasting your time. Go to download section, go to your Selenium IDE add-on on mozilla.org. It will tell you that only with Firefox. You see this button is coming. In Firefox, you will not get this button. In Firefox, it will tell you that the button will be add Selenium IDE. Here the button is different. That's what happens. You cannot install it in any other browser apart from Firefox. That's the first disadvantage. Okay. Next thing is that if you want to record your scripts, you have to use the Firefox browser. If you want to play back your scripts, you have to use the Firefox browser. So let me show you how to record. You have to click on Selenium IDE. This is how the tool looks like. Okay. let me tell you the different main sections of this particular tool. Anybody can learn it. It's a very simple tool. This is the recording button. You can record from here. You can start recording and stop recording. When you open Selenium for the first time, it is in recording mode. I can stop the recording by clicking it out here. And if you go to options, out here and options, you will see that start recording immediately on opening the tool. Since it is ticked, that is why when you open Selenium ID, it is in recording mode. If you uncheck it, then it will not start recording when you open up Selenium ID for the first time. So this is the option that you want to check or uncheck in order to start recording a transaction the moment you open your Selenium ID tool. Okay. The other buttons present out here is the playback buttons. You can play back an entire test suite. The guys who do not know what is a test suite is a collection of test scripts. So let's say I can put 10 different test scripts in a test suite, and you can have n number of test suites also. So you can actually play back an entire test suite, or you can play back a particular test script, also known as test case, in Selenium IDE. The next thing that you see is these are the two tabs, table tab and the source tab. The table tab has three columns: the command column, the target column, the value column. The command column is nothing but the commands that are shown by Selenium IDE when you start recording. These commands are called as Selenium commands. Okay. The target column is the target on which an action will be performed. Now, what do you mean by that? Let's say I want to perform an action of clicking on a button. So clicking on a button is an action. So that action should be performed in which particular button? That is nothing but the target. And value, for example, I want to type in a particular edit box. Let's say type in the word called Selenium in a particular edit box. So that value part will come in the value column. So these three columns are pertaining to your table tab. The source tab will give you the script in HTML format. The same automation script will be shown in HTML format in the source tab. The same automation script will be shown in table format in the table tab. The log down outer will give you the log reports when you run your automation scripts. Okay, it will give you a log information for each and every line of the automation scripts. Reference means any reference, third-party reference that the Selenium IDE is doing. UI element means on which particular UI element the automation script is performing an activity. Performing an activity means performing an action. UI element is nothing but a web element. What is a web element? Whatever buttons you see in a web page, like your push button or your check boxes or your radio button, these are called as UI elements. Okay. In this particular section, in this particular pane called the test case pane, you can give the name to the test case. Okay. This is right now, if you do not give a name, the test case name will be untitled. Then you have something known as the scale, fast and slow scale. This is basically used to actually control the execution speed of the script. So when you play back your script, you can control the speed of the execution of the automation script. So you can just slide over the slider to slow off the execution of your test scripts, or you can make your execution faster by going to the fast space. These are the general, buttons present out here. I can show you a very typical transaction. For example, I'll show you a transaction of, let's say I go to google.com out here. So what my transaction or my functionality will be to check if I am able to, type in a keyword called Selenium in the Google search engine. So I need to go to www.google.com, and that is the transaction that I'm going to show you. And then sorry, I need to type in Selenium in this edit box. This is the edit box, and the keyword will be Selenium, and then I have to click on this button called the search button. Simple transaction. Now for first timers who are learning, Selenium for the first time, that's where they use Selenium IDE. Or for people who do not know how to create codes, that is where they will use Selenium IDE. So what I will do is that first of all, I have to start recording, right? So I have to click on the recording button. This is the recording button. Click to record, and then I will start my transaction. This is called recording the transactions. So I'll type in www.google.com, and then I'll go to edit box and type in the keyword called Selenium. After typing the keyword called Selenium, I'm going to click on this search button. This is my transaction. I will go back to my Selenium IDE and stop my recording. And this is how the script looks like. There are two modes of script. One is the table format, one is the source format. This is how the source format looks like. You will see this is the script, HTML script for the same script for the transaction that I have recorded. The script shows, the script format is rather the HTML format. You will see that I had gone to this particular website, google.com, open is the command used, and then I had typed in this particular target called ID, whose value is lst-ib, and I had typed in Selenium. Then I had clicked on the target name is equal to btng. Okay. That is what the source tab will show you. In the table tab, it will show you Selenium commands. So these open, type, click are Selenium commands. Okay. Now what does the open command do? Open command will actually go to this base URL and this sub URL. So this is considered as the base URL, google.co.in, and this is the sub URL. The target will be nothing but to open up this particular URL consisting of the base URL and the sub URL. That is what the target will do. And there's no value for it. So this open command is going to actually navigate to this base URL followed by the sub URL. Okay. Then I typed in a keyword called Selenium in the edit box. So the type command is a Selenium command. The value that I had typed in edit box is Selenium, and that is what is shown out here. And in which particular target it has typed in, ID is equal to lst-ib. Now what is this ID is equal to lst-ib? If you go back to your Selenium Google search engine, and you just go to just right click out here in this edit box, you will see an option in your side also. There's an option called inspect element. This is a spying tool. This is a development tool for spying, to spy on the properties of this particular button. Which button? The edit box. So what you need to do, let's say you want to spy on this particular button, any button. Let's say I want to spy on Google search. What I need to do, I need to actually go right click, and I'll see this particular inspect element tool. This is a spying tool which is available in every browser. Okay, if you can open this website in any browser, you will get this spying tool. Okay, so similarly, let's say I want to spy on this particular tool. I just need to right click, go to inspect element. Okay, what happens is that the HTML script of that edit box gets highlighted in blue color. You can see that. You see, this is the HTML script in blue color which is highlighted. And one more thing I'll show you is that if you hover your mouse over this highlighted blue background, that is nothing but the HTML script of that edit box out here. If you hover your mouse, you will see that the edit box gets highlighted. Similarly, let's say I want to spy in Google search. I do a right click on this. I can basically, I can do a right click. You see inspect element, and you will see that the HTML script of that Google search button gets highlighted. And if I hover my mouse here, that particular Google search button also gets highlighted in the web page. So I can also do a spying by this particular button present in the inspect element. It's called the pick an element from the page. If I click out here and just hover my mouse over the edit box and click on the edit box, the HTML script gets highlighted. Now, what do you need to spy? You see that the HTML script starts with the input tag, which is the HTML tag. I will basically tell you what are the different tags used for different kinds of web elements present in a web page. That's later. But you see there's an ID attribute, ID property out here, whose value is lst-ib. This is the one I'm speaking about. This is the one I'm speaking about. lst-ib. So if you look at your Selenium tool, you see the target is ID is equal to lst-ib. That means Selenium IDE is going to search for a web element whose attribute ID has a value lst-ib. And after searching that particular ID whose attribute value is lst-ib, it is going to actually type in Selenium. That is what target does. Nothing but the ID attribute value. That is what it is showing you, lst-ib. Similarly, if you go back, click is happening on what? On the Google search button. Now where the click is happening, this is an action to be performed, where on a target whose name attribute has a value btng. So the click happened here on this Google search. So just use this particular button and hover your mouse over Google search. Actually, I typed in Selenium, then the Google search button is out here. So I will use my pick an element on the page. I'll just go and hover my mouse over this Google search button. The HTML scripts get highlighted. You will see there is an ID called name, whose value is btng. This is where I'm hovering my mouse. You can see that. This is what I'm speaking about. And if you go back to your script out here, you will see that the click is going to happen on an attribute called name whose value is btng. So what is going to happen? The Selenium ID is going to search for the target or for a web element whose attribute name has a value btng. And that is why the click is going to happen on this particular button, whose value or name value is equal to your btng. Okay, so if I close my inspect element tool, how do I close it? I just have to click on this cross button and I play back my script. How do I play back? First I need to give a name to this particular test case. What I need to do, I'll have to delete this. If I want to give a name, you don't need to go to file and save the test case as, where do you want to save it? In my desktop. So let's say Google search. Save it as. The name comes out here, you can see that. So when I want to play back, I don't want to play back the entire suite. This is not a test suite. Test suite will be more than one test case. I can just play back from this particular button. This will play back a particular test case. And I want to execute it slowly. So what I will do is that I will run it. I'll make this slider to move towards the slow side. And then I can click on the playback button to play back the same thing. So what it will going to do, I'll show you. This is going to go to google.com. You can see that. Typed in Selenium and clicked on the search button. I did not do anything. Okay, and if you see that, it back the whole thing, and since the playback is correct and the test case has passed, that is why it is showing you in green color. You can see that it's in green color, and this is the log information. Playing the test case Google search, executing which one? The open command. This is a log information for that. Open this particular URL and then type Selenium on this particular target or on a web element whose ID attribute value is lst-ib, and then click on this on a particular web element whose name attribute value is btng, and test case has passed. This is a simple record and playback tool. This is how IDE works. And the latest version is Selenium 2 IDE, Selenium 2.9.1. Now, if you want to run the same script over different other browsers, not possible. It is not possible. Okay. So if you have created your script in IDE, you have to play back your scripts only in your IDE using Firefox browser. So you have to record your scripts only in Firefox, and you can play back your scripts only in Firefox. And that's a disadvantage, because it should be something like you should be playing back the scripts, or you should be able to record your scripts not only with Firefox, with other browsers too.
Hey there! Want to get really good at testing software? Our Selenium course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about Selenium. It's like a toolbox for testing web applications, from ensuring they work to finding bugs. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Selenium Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
You will see the first link out here called download free Java software. So you got to basically just, download Java. This is the keyword. So this is the first link that you see. You can click out there. The link is java.com English download. Click out here. Now you will see the button called free Java download. Do not click on this particular button. First, read through what is given out here. It basically says download Java for your desktop computer. Okay, version is 8 and update is 111, and that is what I see out here in my command prompt when I fire this particular command called java -version. That's the same version I get. That means my version that I have in my comp is the latest version. Okay, so you will get the version and the update out here. The release date will be seen out here, and then you can click on free Java download, this particular button. Okay, now after that you will see one more button called agree and start free download. Do not start downloading it. What you need to understand is that you need to first understand what is your system all about. What is your system means what is the OS you have. You might have a Windows OS or a Mac OS or a Linux OS, whatever, first of all. And then what is your system type? System type means, do you have a 64-bit operating system or you have a 32-bit operating system? Now for Windows people, what you need to do is that you need to understand all these information. You need to get all this information. What's your OS? What is the version of your OS? What is your system type, 64-bit or 32-bit? What you need to do is you need to go to your, a folder, your Windows folder or Windows Explorer, whatever you can call it as. You have my computer out here, or you have this PC, whatever you get. You got to highlight in and right click and go to properties. When you open this properties, you will get basic information about your computer. Okay, now for example, I have Windows 10 Home Edition and it's an Acer laptop, and if you look at my processor is Intel i3 2.10 gigahertz, and installed memory is 6 GB memory. System type is 64-bit operating system I have. This is a very important thing. Other important thing for you guys to actually get yourself accustomed of the particular fact that if you're actually doing training on Selenium, please ensure that your RAM is more than 4 GB, otherwise your system will become absolutely slow. So if you guys have, let's say, 2 GB, please update it to 4 GB. Okay, otherwise your system is going to be very slow. And you can check up the system type. So for example, I have 64-bit OS and I have Windows 10 Home Edition. So this is the information that you need. Okay, so you can just go back to your this particular URL again, and then if you click on this agree and start free Java download, this will download the Java JRE for 32-bit system. Now I have a 64-bit system, so what should I do? So there is a link out here called as system requirements. Okay, if you click out here, you will get different system environments required to install JRE. For example, you need Windows 10 or 8.x or 7, a Vista SP2, whatever it is. Okay, you need a Pentium 2.2 megahertz or faster processor with 128 MB of physical RAM. Okay, this is a 16 requirement. The next thing is that you can see there's one more link called as see all Java downloads. Now, if you click on this particular button, agree and start free download, this will download the 32-bit version of JRE. Now, I have in my system is 64-bit. So what should I do? I need to go and click in this particular link where I'm highlighting it. So you can just click on see all Java downloads. You will have the Windows version of JRE. You will have the Mac version of JRE. You will have a Linux version of JRE and the Solaris version of JRE. Okay, the Mac guys can download it from here. You will need 10.7.3 version and above of Mac OS X. Linux, you can see you have a 64-bit Linux. You have a this is 32-bit of Linux. This is for Linux RPM. This is Linux RPM 64-bit again. You have Sun Solaris, and I have Windows out here. There are two approaches. You can do an online, installation, or you can do an offline installation. Now, if you look at this particular link, this is an offline Windows installation where the exe of JRE will be downloaded in your comp. Okay, and this is for 32-bit systems. Now, I told you my system type is 64-bit, so I will download JRE from this particular link. I just got to click out here, and this gets downloaded. You can see that. Okay, and what happens is that after it gets downloaded, you need to open up, to install this exe. So let's wait for the download to happen. I already have it downloaded. I already have it installed in my system. So I will not install it once more, but I'll show you what to do. Okay, this is the exe. So what you got to do is just click on this exe executable, and you will get this particular screen. Do you want to go further? You say yes to it, and then the exe window will open. You got to wait for the window to open. Just hold on for some time and your window will open. Always have patience when you are installing applications. Do not rush up to things. So I'm still waiting for the window to open, so you got to have patience. Okay, and meanwhile, where the window opens, the window has opened, so we'll get this kind of skill, welcome to Java. And do not try to change the destination folder. Let it be the default destination folder, because if you try to change the destination folder in which JRE get installed, you might have problems later on. I've seen that in my experience. Do not try to change up the folder. By default, the folder will be the drive in which you have your OS. For example, my OS is installed in C drive. So in that C drive, you will have one particular folder, subfolder called as program files. So since I am actually downloading the 64-bit JRE and installing it, so that will be installed in program files folder of my C drive, where a particular Java folder will be created. Inside the Java folder, you will have JRE. So by default, the destination folder will be nothing but the drive in which you have your OS. So my OS is installed in C drive. So inside the C drive, it will have a folder called program files. Inside program files, it will create a folder called Java folder. Inside the Java folder, JRE will get installed. Okay, so what I am telling you is this. So my OS is installed in C drive, so it already has a program files out here. Inside program file, it will create a Java folder. Inside Java folder, you will have JRE. Right now, it is not there, for example. So I'll install JRE inside. Okay. So I can also install it then, because I do not have a JRE, I only have JDK right now. If you are having a 64-bit or if you are having a 32-bit OS, okay, then you will be downloading JRE from this particular link, and your JRE will be installed in C program files x86. x86 is for 32-bit. In this, you will have a Java folder again. Inside the Java folder, for example, I don't have it because my Java will be for 64-bit. So inside this, you will have a Java folder. Inside Java folder, you will have the JRE installed. Okay. So let's go and install it. I will not change the destination folder. Go to install. and it will start installing your Java. There is Java runtime environment. These pop-ups are coming because I have an antivirus called Kaspersky, and it actually puts all the required exes and the DLLs in the trusted group. So you don't have to worry about your computer. Your computer might not react against my computer because my computer has Kaspersky. So let's wait for some time. Let's install it first. So you have successfully installed Java. So I can close this particular window, and what I can do is that I can go to C drive. I can go to program files, because this is the folder in which the 64-bit Java JRE will be installed. But for people who are downloading 32-bit of JRE, that will be installed in a program file x86 folder. So program files, I can go to Java folder, and I can see JRE had got installed, which was not there earlier. The JRE 1.8.0_111. So this is what is required for you. This is a prerequisite for you to start coding in Java. Okay, this is very much required because the JRE contains system libraries, and these libraries will help you out in creating Java codes. Plus, the JRE also contains the Java virtual machine. The Java virtual machine is actually the requirement for you to run your Java codes across platforms. Yes, I think there is a question. Java, JRE, and JDK, correct? JDK is Java Development Kit, so do not be worried about that. JRE, you need to have JRE also along with it, okay, separately. So my recommendation at this point of time is that you should first install JRE. Don't worry about JDK right now. Okay, now two things that are required for you to start coding with Java. You need to have the Java runtime environment in your system, and the other thing that is required for you to code in Java is the Java virtual machine. Now, the Java virtual machine is nowadays called as Java hotspot. It's part of your JRE. So when you install JRE, virtual machine will be inside it. Now, why do you require the virtual machine? Now, you require the virtual machine because you need to convert the high-level language to a bytecode. Okay, high-level language is the language in which we write down our codes, but that is not understandable by by machines. Machines understands only zeros and ones, binary format. So the Java virtual machine actually converts the machine language, that is the high-level language, to the machine language, that is nothing but your bytecodes. Bytes are nothing but binary format, zeros and ones. That is what you need the Java virtual machine. Second thing, the second requirement for you to have the Java runtime environment is that the second thing that you require the Java virtual machine for is that now Java is called a cross-platform, platform-independent language. Why do you say so? You can create your codes in Windows and you can run your codes in Linux platform or your Mac platform or in Solaris platform. How does it happen? What you need is the codes that you have written, and the extension of the code will be .class extension. Okay, so when you create your codes, the codes will be created by .java extension. After it gets compiled, the compilation happens because of the compiler present in your Java virtual machine. The compiler will convert the codes to bytecodes. As I have told you that it basically converts your high-level language to a machine-level language, and that is done by your Java virtual machine, and that is done after compilation of the codes. So when you write your codes, it will be in .java language. That is, your files, Java files, will have .java extension. It's something like this. You create your codes. Let me have a pen. So when you create your codes, I hope you are able to see my screen and my drawing. So when you create your codes, you will create your codes, and the file that will be created is the .java file. This is the extension of the file created, and in this .java extension file you will have written your codes. This gets inside your Java virtual machine, which is present inside your JRE. Okay, these codes, when it gets inside Java virtual machine, the codes gets compiled. Compilation codes happen. Compilation means what? Compilation means conversion from high level language, HLL, to your bytecodes. That means it converts the language in which we write down your Java is nothing but the syntax of Java. That is nothing considered as a high level language. Okay. So that needs to be converted to a machine language. And machine language is nothing but your bytecodes. That is done by the compilation procedure present in your Java virtual machine. So after compilation, what happens is what this file with the .java extension after compilation gets converted to .class extension. So .class is nothing but the compiled code. That means the .java file is a high level language which goes to JVM, gets compiled and gets converted into .class extension file. The .class extension file is the bytecode file. .java extension is the high level language file. Okay, so the JVM actually helps out in compilation, and after compilation the same file, so let's say I given the file name as a.java. That is a so in this particular file I have written the codes that is in high level language. So after compilation by JVM, the file gets converted to a.class. So this is your bytecode file, this is your high level language file. Okay, now why do you call Java as a platform independent language or the cross-platform language? Because you have created your codes and you have compiled your codes, let's say in Windows. You can run the same codes in your Linux or Mac. How is this possible? What you need is this .class file. So you take this file to, let's say, Linux platform, okay, or to Mac platform, okay. What you require is that in your Mac platform, Linux platform, you need to install JRE. That's all. JRE for Linux or JRE for Mac, whichever platform you're using. So you got to have JRE installed in the respective platform. You just need to carry this particular file, okay, and run this file in that particular environment, Linux or Mac, and it'll basically run the program. That is why it is called the platform independent language. So it is this .class extension file which is a magical file. This extension file is because why Java is considered as a cross-platform language. So this file can be taken in any platform. That platform should only have JRE. So what happens is that the .class through the JRE, okay, would be able to run the program in the concerned platform wherever you are trying to run it. That makes your Java a cross-platform language or platform independent language, whatever you can call it as. I hope you're able to understand what I'm trying to say. Okay, so now once you have installed JRE in your system, you will see this particular folder called JRE 1.8.0 _111, and if you open it, you will have a lot of jar files inside it. So if you see, there are a couple of text files, there's a readme file, there's a license file, copyright file, you have a bin folder and a lib folder. Then if you open up the lib folder, you will have a lot of jar files. These are called jar files. Deploy.jar, character sets.jar. The jar is nothing but Java archive files. A lot of jars are present inside it. You can see that. And you will have a lot of images, management related properties file. So what is important, the lib folder will contain jar files, and along with the lib folder you will have bin folder. The bin folder will contain your exes, java.exe and DLL files present out here. You can see that. Okay, so this is the folder that gets itself placed in this particular path. Okay, now if you want to be sanguine about the fact that JR is installed in your system or not, what you need to do is that after installation for the first time, you can go to your command prompt and run the same command, java-version, java space-version, and if you get this particular message, that means Java has got installed in your system. Okay, so this will be a prerequisite. JRE will be prerequisite for you to start coding. Okay, you can write Java codes in Notepad also. but you have to save the file with a .java extension.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which programming languages does Selenium WebDriver support? Option A, only Java. Option B, only Python. Option C, Java, Python, Ruby, and JavaScript. Option D, only C++ and C#. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at testing software? Our Selenium course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about Selenium. It's like a toolbox for testing web applications, from ensuring they work to finding bugs. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Selenium Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
You can just write down download Eclipse for Windows. You have Eclipse for download Eclipse. You can just write down this and you will get this particular first link called Eclipse downloads. Click out here and you see there is a link called download packages. Okay, so click on this link. Okay, now what I want you guys to download is, I have also given it in your videos also. There's a question, why do we need this? You need this to help you out in creating Java codes. Otherwise, it precisely becomes very difficult to write codes in Notepad and then compile codes with your command prompt. So what happens is that if you do not have Eclipse, you need to write your codes in Eclipse in your Notepad, simple Notepad. Okay. In your Notepad, you have to write down specifically. For example, you have to start writing like this. You have to first create a class. So public class, you have to give a class name. For example, the class name is example. Inside the class, you have to create the main method. So you have to write down the codes from scratch. Okay, let's say public static void main. These are prerequisites to start writing your code. Main method, and the main method will be closed like this. So this is a curly brace opening for the class file. This is a closing curly brace for the class file. So similarly, this is called a main method. Okay, I'll tell you what is a main method, but basically this will be a curly brace. This is a opening curly brace and closing curly brace for the main method. Okay, so you got to have these kind of stuff. So string array, you write down args, argument, and then you have to write your codes, inside the main method. So inside the main method, this is the body. This is considered as the body of the main method. This opening curly brace and closing curly brace, the space between these, after the opening curly brace and before the closing curly brace, is called the body of the main method. So similarly, this is called the body of the class file. After the opening curly brace and before the closing curly brace of the class file, it's called the body of the class file. So in between the body of the main method, you have to write down the codes. For example, I write down integer a is equal to 10. I'm creating a variable called a, which is equal to value equal to 10. And then I create another variable called integer b, which is equal to 20. And then let's say I create an integer c is equal to a plus b. So I'm actually adding the value of a and b and putting it to a variable called c out here. And the variables a, b, or c are of integer data type. Okay, integer data type are nothing but a particular data type present in Java, which will take the values in non-decimal format. You cannot have an integer value which is equal to 10.0. Okay, now if you look at this is actually wrong, because integer, if you define a variable as an integer data type, it will only have values which will be in non-decimal format, and I put a decimal format out here. Now if you see, there's no error shown because I'm writing the code in Notepad. If you write the same code in Eclipse, it will tell you there's an error out here. Okay, that is the difference. You will have a lot of difficulties out here. You will not get any syntax errors. For example, you have having any syntax errors. So while writing your codes, you have syntax errors. The syntax error will not be shown by your Notepad, but Eclipse will tell you there's a syntax error. If you have any compilation errors, okay, Notepad will not show you any compilation error. If you want to compile your codes, you have to compile your codes through the command prompt. Okay. So what you need to do, you have to write down the codes like this. Okay, you will not have any kind of help from the environment because you are not using the Eclipse environment. And then you have to write down, you want to print it out, you have to write down system.out.println. This particular command is used to throw the result in the throw the result of this particular stuff. Okay, so I can just call the value of C. So I can write down the value of C is and concatenate this with the variable C. So this is nothing but this will be printed out as it is because whatever you type down within the double quotes will be printed out as you have typed in out here. And then this plus sign is not an addition sign, this is a concatenation sign. A lot of jargons will have difficulties in understanding, but in the long course of time you'll understand it. So you need to see the videos of this concatenation operators and all. And then you are basically calling the variable C. The variable C will have the value 10 plus 20. Right now I am giving the value of variable A equal to 10.0. This is wrong, actually speaking. So you have to write down in non-decimal format. Okay, now if you are using Notepad for writing your Java codes, you have to save the file in a, let's say, in desktop, and ensure that when you save the file it should be within double quotes. Within double quotes you can write down the file name as example dot, the extension should be Java. Okay, so within double quotes you have to write this is the file name and this is the extension of the file. You can save it. Okay, and the file looks like this in your desktop with a .java extension. Now if you want to compile this code, what you need to do is open up command prompt. It really becomes very difficult then if you're not using Eclipse. Okay, and then you have to pinpoint change directly to the path of this particular file. So the path of the particular file you will get it when you highlight and right click, go to properties, and this is the path. Okay, you can copy this part of right clicking on it, and you can copy this part and go to your command prompt, and after cd means change drive to have a space and control V. Okay, you can click on enter. So this goes to your desktop. You can see that the path changes to desktop. Then you can write down javac. This is the command used for compiling. Javac example dot java. Click on enter button. Okay, so I need to cd to example dot java. Okay, probably I've also forgotten how to compile because I do not use the command prompt nowadays. So what you can do is Google out, probably the command has changed or what, Java compilation command in CMD. So start computer system for advanced system setting environment variables path has to be set. Okay, I hope the JDK okay 3 times and then command line prompt. So they have given out here. I hope the same command is being used. Okay, let me find out the path, JDK path. Okay, you have to set up the path also. For setting up the path, you need to actually go to my computer, right click, go to properties, go to advanced system settings, go to the advanced tab, environment variables. You got to see the Java home. This is JDK Java home. This path has to be set. So you got to click on new and you actually need the path of it. Yeah, it is set to JRE 1. Okay, you know, I have changed my version out here, right? This is going to 1.8.0101 bin. Okay, so I need to edit this. So I need to pinpoint to, if you look at my, I have the latest version in my C drive. Okay, and the latest version is present in program files and Java folder JRE, and it has to be pinpointed to the bin part. This is the bin. Okay, so it is 1.8.0111. Okay, and what is shown in my computer for the Java underscore path, this path is created itself. It is pointing to 1.8.0 underscore 101. So you got to highlight it and be careful about the system variables. Go to edit and you got to write down 111. So what you do is that you just check this path and right click and copy, go back to your out here and paste it. It becomes 111 and then say OK. So it changes to 111. Okay. So this path creates by itself. You need to see if this path is there. If you do not have this system variable, okay, the Java will not be, you will not be able to, compile your codes from the command prompt without using Eclipse. Okay, it becomes a lot of difficulty. So you need to, if you do not see this particular variable called Java underscore path, then you have to create it by clicking on the new button and then Java all in capitals underscore path, and you have to give this path until the bin folder. So inside the JRE you will have the bin folder. So open up the bin folder. This is the path. If you just click in your this particular edit box, the path will be shown, and you can highlight the path and copy it. Go back out here and copy that path. I already have it. I'll cancel it. So I just changed the path of it. This JDK path, we'll see it later on anyways. This is also pinpointing to JDK 8.0.1. So you got to edit this. So for my system, I'll do it. You don't have to do it because you just have to install JRE at your end. So it is 1.8.0.101 only. So that is why it is pinpoint. So I'm not going to change this. Okay. So once you have done it, auto hide the taskbar. Okay. You got to click on the OK button and OK out here. Once you have done it, now you should be able to, use the javac command and example dot java. Anyway, this is the way you can. There's some problem in my computer. That is why it is not able to compile the Java file from my command prompt. But this is the javac is the command needed to compile Java codes. There's a question out here from Atul Sharma. Java cpl.exe. I don't know what you're speaking about. So if you do not have Eclipse in your system, this is the kind of Java file that you need to create. Probably I do not know. This is the Java interpreter. You should then see your program output. Set the path. Set the path command if the Java runs, but you get your errors. Path command. Actually, when you run the javac command, it runs the javac.exe. See, if you go to your, I have pinpointed, if you remember, I have pinpointed my Java path to this particular folder in your program files, Java, JRE bin. It has a exe called as javac exe. Javac cpl, the bin folder, I don't know if the javac exe has been renamed to javac cpl, javawexe. Probably you can run this and check it out. That is what Atul was saying, I believe, instead of javac. So you go to pinpoint to the path, that is your desktop. This is the desktop path. right click, properties. This is the desktop path, Control C, and I can go to your command prompt and change the drive CD space, Control V to the desktop, and probably what he is saying is Java CPL, and then the name of the file. This is the control panel. The control panel, Java CPL. What is this control panel? Enable short creation. This is what you do not need to do. These kind of problems will crop up. You do not have Eclipse. Okay, so you don't have to face these kind of problems. Okay, I'll see that probably the Java command is not running because of certain facts. I will see that, and then if I am able to find up the solution, I'll let you know. But what you require is the JRE, which you've already installed in your system. Okay, and then you can install your Eclipse. No, it should be present in your JDK also. You only need the JRE. You don't need the JDK actually to run your Java compilation from your command prompt. You need the JRE. You don't require the JDK for doing the Java compilation. Anyways, let's do not waste time on that, because anyways we are going to use Eclipse. We are not going to use the procedure when we write down the files like this and then compile the files to the command prompt. These are the kind of things that you will face when you do not use Eclipse. So you got to install Eclipse. So let's go to installation of Eclipse out here. So what you need to do is go to your Google, download Eclipse is the keyword. You will get this particular first link. Click on this particular link and you will see, this is the first thing, get Eclipse Neon. Okay, this is the latest version. Neon is the flavor name, and do not start downloading the Eclipse by clicking on this particular button. Go to the download package, click out there. You will get lot of different Eclipse softwares. What I require you guys to download is this particular one, Java Eclipse IDE for Java EE developers. Okay, there is an IDE for Java developers also. Do not install this. Eclipse IDE for Java EE developers, Enterprise Edition. And your system type. Your system type is 64-bit. Okay. My system type is 64-bit. If you do not know your system type, you got to actually open up your My Computer or this computer, highlight and right click, go to properties, you will get your system type out here. Mine is 64-bit. So I will install definitely which one, the 64-bit Eclipse IDE for Java EE developers. I will not install 32-bit. Guys, you have 32-bit, you can install 32-bit of Eclipse. Now, people who have Mac environment and all, you can download Eclipse for Mac or for Linux. Okay, you can just click out here and click. I think you should have packages down only. Eclipse for Android. Okay, you will have this. Should get it developer environment. Documentation, installation guide, Eclipse Luna. Okay, Mac guys, hold on, the website has changed. ID for Java developer packages. This is not Eclipse ID. I don't want you to install this. I want you to install Eclipse ID for Java EE developers. It is this one. This is for Windows. We got to install it from here, 64-bit or 32-bit. Compare and combine packages. Let's see what is there. Where is the Mac package? They have absolutely changed the website. Other builds, more downloads, forums related to Mac guys. Packages. Let's go to downloads. Eclipse 1, Orion tools. Okay, Windows. Yeah, what you can do is that after opening up, so when you actually write down this particular stuff, that's your Eclipse, download Eclipse from Mac, you will get this particular screen. Click out here. You go to download packages link, and Windows, you just have to go to Mac OS, and this is, you will have to download Eclipse IDE for Java E developers Mac OS X is only for 64-bit. Okay, if you have a Linux platform, you can just pinpoint to Linux and you can download Eclipse IDE for Java E developers for Linux 64-bit machine or a 32-bit machine. Okay, so so I have Windows, so what I'll do, I'll go to Windows and I'll have to download the Eclipse IDE for Java E developers for 64-bit. I have 64-bit, so I'll click out here and it'll start downloading. Okay, so this download option will come, so you will get different mirrors from which you can download Eclipse IDE. You can download, click on the download button. You'll get a thank you screen and the Eclipse will be downloaded in your zip folder. See, if you do not have a WinZip or a WinRAR in your system, install WinZip or WinRAR before you download Eclipse, because the Eclipse will be downloaded in a zip folder. So if you do not have WinZip or WinRAR, download WinZip or WinRAR. These are available free softwares. You can just go to Google and start downloading your either WinZip or WinRAR. I prefer WinRAR. Okay, you can download WinRAR from this particular site called WinRAR.com download section, and you will have WinRAR for 64-bit and for 32-bit. Okay, so if you are looking for 64-bit version of WinRAR, you can click out here. If you click on this particular button, this will download the 32-bit version of WinRAR. So after downloading WinRAR and installing it, then you can start downloading Eclipse, because Eclipse will come in the zip folder. So it's still downloading it, so I'll show you what to do after it gets downloaded. Okay, I already have got it downloaded. So generally what I do is I keep it in a particular folder, and the folder is F online training Selenium, and where is that Eclipse IDE installers. This is what you will get after you download the Eclipse version. This is the latest version, Eclipse JE Neon R Win32 x86 64-bit. I hope it has got downloaded. Still downloading. 302 MB file. Done. So show in the folder. So this will show it in the folder. This is what you will get. The latest version is Eclipse Neon only. It's called 1A Win32 x86 64. What I have is this one, this version. So what you need to do is that, okay, you got to unzip it. So what you need to do is that, since I'm using WinRAR, I will right click, highlight it, right click and extract here. Okay, once you extract here, the whole thing will get unzipped and you will see this particular folder called Eclipse folder. Okay, now when you open up this Eclipse folder, you will see there's exe called Eclipse exe. Okay, so if you want to open up your Eclipse from your desktop, what you need to do is that highlight this Eclipse exe, right click and send it to desktop. Okay, so the shortcut will be created in your desktop like this. So what you need to do is simple stuff. You need to actually just unzip this file, right click and extract out here with WinRAR, and you will see this particular folder called Eclipse folder. When you open up the Eclipse folder, it will have a lot of subfolders called plugins of Eclipse, features of Eclipse, drop-ins of Eclipse, configuration of Eclipse. You will see XML files called artifacts.xml file, Eclipse ini file. This is the initialization file which is required by Eclipse to open it. Okay, you will see Eclipse exe. you don't have to install the exe. You just have to do what? You have to just right click and send it to your desktop to create a shortcut. Okay. Once you create the shortcut, you see the shortcut out here. Okay. Then you can start opening up your Eclipse. When you open for the first time, what you need to do is that you will have to do certain, configurations, and I'll show you the configurations, easy configurations. What you need to do is that you need to create a workspace. Workspace is nothing but a folder where Eclipse keeps all its files. Okay, it'll keep the .java files which I showed you. It'll keep the compiled files. The compiled files are called as .class files. All these files will be kept in the workspace folder. Okay, so what I will do is that what you can do, this is the this is the windows of Eclipse. Okay, you can, wherever you like, in your desktop or in any path, in your C drive or in your F drive, you can create a folder by right clicking, go to new, create a folder called workspace. You can give actually any name, but I prefer you to give workspace. And since I am taking this as the weekday class, for this is your October 24th, you can create a workspace by the same name, only workspace you can give. Okay, this is the folder that I create. So I will have to pinpoint the path to this particular folder from Eclipse. So what I do is that when I open the screen, okay, I can simultaneously, when the screen opens, I can create a folder out here in my desktop or any path that you want to go to, and click on browse. Okay, and in the desktop I have created the workspace. So in my computer desktop, you can see there is a folder called workspace. Okay, this is not being shown out here. So what I need to do is cancel and cancel it once more, and then open up the Eclipse once more, and then browse, and you go to your desktop. You will see, you should be able to see the workspace, desktop workspace. Yeah, October 24th. Just highlight that workspace and click on OK button. Okay, so it pinpoints to that particular path. Either do like this, and after pinpointing to the path, you just click on the OK button, and your Eclipse will open. So what you are doing is that when you open Eclipse for the first time, okay, you will get this particular screen, pinpoint the path of Eclipse to that workspace folder which you have created earlier.
Hey there! Want to get really good at testing software? Our Selenium course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about Selenium. It's like a toolbox for testing web applications, from ensuring they work to finding bugs. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Selenium Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
And go to browse, and in the desktop, so you can highlight desktop. So you want to create your workspace in the desktop. There is a button called make new folder. Click on the button. This is the new folder button. New folder created. So you can actually rename it. Call this as workspace. This is the workspace created. You highlight that workspace and click on OK. So it gets pinpointed, the Eclipse gets pinpointed to the workspace folder that you have created from Eclipse right now. You see the workspace folder got created out here. It is still not got created. You can pinpoint it, say OK. This is the folder that got created, I believe. Yeah. So you have pinpointed your Eclipse to the workspace folder that you have created from Eclipse now. And it will still open up the welcome screen. Okay, so there are two ways to create the workspace, you can create the workspace before, and then you can open up Eclipse and pinpoint Eclipse to that workspace, or you can create the folder workspace from Eclipse also, which I showed you right now. Let me go right click properties, and I do not want to auto hide it. So this is what it opens for the first time. You can close this outlined tab. You can close this task list tab. Not required. What you required are these three panes. The left hand pane is called the Project Explorer pane. This pane where I'm hovering my mouse is the pane in which you write down your codes. And you will see there are a lot of tabs out here: markers, properties, servers, data source explorer, snippets. What you do not see is the console tab. The console tab is required to see the results of the codes that you run. Okay, so if you do not see the console tab in the lower pane, okay, you will see the markers, properties, servers, data source explorer, snippets. You need the console tab to be seen. So you do not see out here. If you do not see the console tab, you will not be able to see the results of running the codes. So what you need to do in order to get the console tab, you need to go to Windows. You need to go to Preferences. Sorry, not Preferences. You need to go to Windows. You need to go to Show View. Okay. You see the console out here option. Click on the console option. The console tab will come out here. Okay. The console tab is very much important for you guys so that you can see the results of running the codes. Now, how do you create codes? I'll show you how to create code. The first thing you need to understand is understand the hierarchy of Eclipse. So you have the Project Explorer towards your left hand side or left pane. You have the top right, you have the coding pane. This is the coding pane where I'm actually moving my mouse, and this is the console pane where you see the results of the codes when it is run. Now, how do you create codes? So for that you understand the hierarchy of Eclipse. So in the Project Explorer, what you can do is that move your cursor, right click with your mouse. Okay, you will see the new option, new project. You have to first create a project. It is important that at the first hierarchy of Eclipse, the project is created. So at the topmost level, the project is the topmost hierarchy. So you have to create a project. Okay, so create a project. So click out here and you will see what kind of project do you want to create. So there's a window open called Select a Wizard. Okay, what kind of project do you want to create? A Java project, from existing and build file, a plugin project, a general project. You can see an Eclipse modeling framework, or a EJB, or a Java, whatever. So I want to create a simple Java project. So highlight that particular Java project option, click on next. Okay, now do not start your project name with a numeric number. It will not show you any kind of problem, but there is a coding convention which needs to be followed. There are coding standards what you need to follow, or you need to follow the standardizations which are followed in the industry. Do not start your project name with a numeric number or with a alphanumeric number or with a new special character. These are special characters. Do not start it off like this. It's a bad way of creating projects, of giving names to the projects. Always create a project name with alphabetical characters. So you can give a project name as, let's say, session 1. So can start with alphabets and end with numeric. That's fine. Avoid starting with alphabet and then ending with special character. Do not do that. You will not see any kind of errors. Okay, that's not a problem. What I'm trying to say is that you are not meeting the coding convention internationally followed or followed in every company. So always try to start your project name with alphabets, and you can end it up with a numeric number. Do not end up with a special character. You can end it up with a numeric number. Second thing is that do not start the project name with alphabets, with your numeric, sorry, or do not start it with special characters. Don't. Never do that. Always start your project name with alphabet, then you can follow it up with a numeric number. That's fine. Okay. Now, if you see, this project will be created where? In this default location. So what is the default location? The workspace that was created. So inside this workspace called workspace underscore WD underscore October 24, session 1 project gets created. Okay. And you are going to use which GRE version? By default, it is 1.8. You can change also. So it is Java SE 1.8. You can change to SE 1.7 and 1.6. But ensure if you are changing to 1.7 and 1.6, you have the JRE 1.7 and 1.6. Now I have installed 1.8 version and the update is 111. 1.8.0/111. So I will stick to Java SE software environment 1.8. This is the execution environment. Okay. So that means when I select this execution environment, it will use the library files present in JRE 1.8 version. The compilation will also be done in your Java JRE 1.8 version, and the results that will be shown out after compilation from JRE 1.8 version. That's what it means. You can also use a specific JRE for a specific project. The project that I'm creating is session 1. So I can have a specific JRE for a specific project. I don't require that. If you want to do that, you can select this particular option. Okay. Or you can use the default JRE, currently 1.8.0. So right now I will stick to execution environment JRE, whatever is defined out here. I don't want to change this. Project layout. Project layout, there are two options. Use project folders as root for source and class files. So this will not create any subfolders if you select this. This will create subfolders. Subfolders for your source files, subfolder for your class files. Now if you select this, this will have the .java class files and the .class extension files in the same folder. I told you .java is the class file that I create when I create codes. .class file is the extension created after the compilation is done. So the compiled files and the source files, that is the .java files, would be placed in the same folder if I choose this. If I choose this, it will create separate folders to keep the compiled files and separate folders to keep the source files. When I say source files, it means .java extension files. When I say compiled file, it means .class extension files. So this will actually help me out in creating separate folders for source files and for compilation files. Okay, so I can just click on next button. Okay, and you don't have to do anything in this particular Java settings window. What you need to do is that you just need to go to finish and say no to the perspective change. Perspective change means the theme will change. Okay, there are a lot of perspective present out here. The open perspective, you can go out here, a lot of perspective out here. So by default it is Java EE perspective. This is the perspective, or this is the theme that you are using. If we are using a debugging theme, this is what we need to actually highlight and click on OK. It will open up the debugging theme. This is the debugging theme. You can see that the whole screen changes, the page changes. So I'll move back to my Java EE default theme. This is what you mean by perspective. So that is why I said no to the perspective change. Now look at this. This is the project created. Okay. Now when you expand this, you can expand by clicking on this. You see this, angular, kind of a bracket. You can just click out here. It will expand. Now what you see out here are two stuffs. One is the source folder and one is the JRE system library. So that means that whenever you create a project, I have created the project called session 1. Okay, the JRE system library, which is 1.8 version, the JRE which you have installed in your system, which version 1.8.0/111. That JRE system library gets connected with your project. And it is by default that JRE will get connected for the project that you create. Now tomorrow you create one more project. You right click, for example. Right click, go to new, create next project. So highlight Java project, click on next, create session 2, for example. And you go to next and say finish and say no. Session 2 is another project and This project will also have source folder and GRE system library. So every time you create a project, a GRE system library will get connected to the project. Now, for example, GRE system library has got connected with session 2 project. Similarly, GRE system library has got connected to session 1 project. Now, why do you require the GRE system library? If you expand GRE system library, it will have a lot of jar files. This is a library. It's a library of jar files, Java archive files. If we expand the jar files, you will see packages. This is a symbol for packages. One package is called as com.oracle.net, com.oracle.neo, com.oracle.utilities. So every jar file will have innumerable packages. And if you expand packages, you will see .class file. .class is a compiled file. Now, if you expand .class files, you will see a lot of functions inside it. For example, if I open up Oracle com.oracle.net, you will see sdp.class file. If I open up your any class file, for example, let's open up the AWT file or package only, com.sun.awt. So every package will have class file. It can be more than one class file also, and every class file will have, these are nothing but methods. These are methods present out here. You see, these are methods. Okay, this is a static method. Return type is float. Get windows capacity, get window shape, is translucent capable. These are nothing but methods. Okay, now a lot of jargons will get over your head right now. Don't worry. Okay, so what I'm trying to show you is the hierarchy of the Java system library. The system library will contain a lot of jar files. Okay, if you expand jar files, you will see a lot of packages. This is a symbol for packages. Okay, this is a symbol for packages, the brown sign with a check. It looks like a chessboard. Okay, when you expand a particular package, the package will have more than one class file, and the class file will have the .class extension. So if you see a .class extension file, it means it's a compiled file. If you expand the class file, you will see this is the interface. This is a symbol for interface. These are the interface. Okay. Similarly, if you open up this particular package, you will see this particular class file, stream decoder IP impl.class. The class file will contain, functions. These are called functions. Okay. So these functions present inside the class files, and these class files are present inside the packages. Okay. So the hierarchy is something. You will have the GRE system library. The GRE system library, below the GRE system library, you will have lot of jar files. Below jar files, you will have packages. Below packages, you will have classes or class files. Below class file, you have functions. This is the hierarchy of your GRE system library. Now, these system library containing these jar files and jar files containing these packages and packages containing these class files, the class file containing your functions or methods or your variables, whatever you can call it as. Okay, these can be used for your project. Okay, so that means the jar files present inside the GRE system library contains your packages. Packages contains class files with a .class extension. The class file contains functions or methods, whatever you can call it as. These methods, functions present in the class files of the jar files of the packages can be used by your project. Package is nothing but a folder structure, Vandana. For example, what is a package out here? If I open up, this is a jar file. Okay, when I expand jar file, you will see packages. Packages are nothing but used for folder structure, so that you can give rules to the folder. So based on the rules, the files inside the folders can be used. That is what you mean by packages. So packages are nothing but a folder structure given to the files. So this file has this folder structure. This package contains only one file, and that file is called as sdp.class file. And the file contains your functions, and it contains different methods and functions inside it. .class file. So you give a folder structure to Java files by creating a package, so that you can use the files based on the rules defined in the package. Okay. Now, why is GRE system library? So every time you create a project, GRE system library gets connected with the project. Why? Because the functions or methods present inside the library of a class file can be used by your codes. Okay. Now the other thing that you see is the source folder. Okay. Now if you look at the hierarchy of GRE system library and your source folder, the hierarchy of source and your GRE system library is same for a particular project. The project is called session 1 and it has two stuffs, one in the GRE system library and the source folder. These are at the same level. When you expand the source folder by clicking on this angular sign, you will not see anything inside it. So what you need to do is that inside the source folder, right click, go to new, create a package. Now you can create your own package. Okay. So generally the coding convention is that the package name has to be created by following certain coding convention. For example, the package name should be com. Com means computer. Dot, let's say I'll call this package as data type, or let's say com.datatype.ZaranTech. This is the coding convention follows. So this is the company name. What is this package all about? Package is all about data type, and then com means computer. So what happens out here is that when you give a dot sign, what happens is that the data type is a sub package inside the com package. So it's a package inside a package. So you'll have the com package. Inside com package, you will have the data type package. Inside the data package, you will have the ZaranTech package. So packages inside packages. How it is created? By giving this dot sign. So dot means that you're creating a package inside another package. So if you want to create a data type package inside the com package, what you need to give it is that com.datatype. Now I've created ZaranTech package. The ZaranTech package is a package inside data type package, and the data type package is present inside the com package. So I can create, click on finish, the package will be created. But you will not see the hierarchy like this in your Eclipse. Eclipse will directly show you com.datatype.ZaranTech. If you go to your workspace, this is your workspace. Where is your workspace? Yeah, this is your workspace. I'll keep it out here. If you go to your workspace, you will see that session 1 project is getting created. Inside session 1, you will see the source folder. Okay, the source folder is also shown in your workspace, and that is what you see in your Eclipse also. Inside source folder, you have in Eclipse you see com.datatype.ZaranTech. If you go to your workspace and see it, you will see a different version. Inside the source folder, you will see the com package. Inside com, you will see data type. Inside data type, you will see ZaranTech. There is a difference between your Eclipse and your workspace. In Eclipse, when you create a package, there's a question. What's the question? No, it is not created automatically, Vandana. What you need to do is that you need to highlight your source, go to right click, go to new, create a package. You can give a package name out here in the name edit box. For example, I'll create another package, all in small, com.example.ZaranTech. So this is nothing but a package called ZaranTech created inside example package, and example package is created inside com. Now how do you create a package inside a package? By using the dot sign. If I click on finish, in Eclipse you will see that it is creating com.example.ZaranTech. If you go to your workspace, this is your workspace out here. This is your workspace. I'll open a workspace for you again. Okay. Session 1, I have created 2 packages. Session 1, you will see. Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking about JRE system library, not for this one.
GRE system library gets automatically connected with your project.
I was asking about that. So you have explained already about that. That's okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So you got to create the package inside the source folder. Now you can give a package name like this. This is actually the coding convention followed, all in small, the package name. Now when you give dots, dot means you're creating a package inside another package. So you create a ZaranTech package inside data type package inside com. Now that is, but if you see in Eclipse, the package name comes like this. But when you see your workspace, so let's open a workspace. This is your workspace. Session 1 is your project. When you open session 1, you will see the source folder. Okay, that's what you see in your Eclipse also, the source folder. Now in Eclipse, inside source, you will have two packages, com.datatype.ZaranTech. Now let's see this package inside the workspace. Okay, so use source folder. Now when I see source folder in Eclipse, I see com.datatype.ZaranTech, but in workspace you will see com package first. Inside com package you will see data type. Inside data type you will see ZaranTech. That is the difference between workspace and your Eclipse. So Eclipse will not tell you that these are packages inside packages. So ZaranTech is a package inside data type. Data type is a package inside com. But when you open a workspace, you will find out that the ZaranTech package is inside your data type package. Data type package is inside the com package, and com package is inside your source folder. Similarly, if you go to Eclipse, you have another package inside the inside source folder of session 1 project, com.example.ZaranTech. If you go to your workspace, how do you see it? You have source folder, you have com, you have example. This is package inside com. If you expand example, you will see ZaranTech again. That means there are two packages created, and that is how you look at workspace, and that is how you look at Eclipse. Okay, in Eclipse you also see GRE system library, but in workspace you do not see that. So you do see that which source folder in workspace do you see the GRE system library? You do not see that. What you see extra is the bin folder, the settings folder, the .classpath file, and the .project file. .classpath and the .project file that gets created inside the workspace are files required for Eclipse to run the Java codes. Okay, it does require these two files. It gets created automatically. Please understand that. So whenever you create a workspace and you create a project inside the workspace, these two are created automatically. You will not see these two files inside Eclipse, but these two will be seen in your workspace. Why? These are required for Eclipse to understand your project, and the project that you have created is session 1. So these are required to run. Actually, these two files are created by Eclipse automatically in your workspace so that you can run your Java codes for that particular project. Now if you look at the .settings folder, if you expand it, you will see the package called org.eclipse.jdt code.preferences. These are preferences. It's a preference package. Okay, settings required by Eclipse to work correctly. Okay, and this settings file will be created for each project that you create. So it is project specific settings. Okay, if you do not have these two files, .class and .project, you will not be able to run your Java codes from Eclipse. So these are created by Eclipse. Do not remove these two lines, these two files rather. It's created. Settings files are the settings required for a particular project, which Eclipse does by itself for a specific project rather. Bin folder. Bin folder, you will see the same package com. Inside com, you will see data type. Inside data type, you will see ZaranTech. Okay. Similarly, the bin folder will also, you will see the com package. Inside is the example package. Inside example package, you will see the ZaranTech package. Now you will see one thing very common. Bin folder is an exact replica of SRC, and you will not see the bin folder in your Eclipse. Okay, but why it is created in your workspace? Bin folder is the folder where the compiled files are kept. That means the .class extension files are kept in your bin folder. The source folder will contain the .java class file, that is the source files. Uncompiled files are kept in your source folder. So let's create Now inside this particular package, now this is package right now, the symbol is coming in white. It's a white kind of chessboard. When I create a class file, this will turn into brown. So I can just highlight my package. I'll just first write up right now. What I will do is that I will first of all highlight this and delete this package. I don't require this. This is just for your understanding. You can have more than one packages inside a source folder. That doesn't matter. Okay, so I will just right click. I'll have to create a class file. Go to right click, new, create, choose the option of class. Okay, the class file will be created in this particular package. Okay, and the package will be present inside the source folder of session 1 project. Information you are getting. Name of the class file. What is the name of the class file that you want to do? Now do not start the name of the class file with a numeric number. If you start with numeric number, you will have this particular problem. Type name is not valid. Do not start your class name with a special character. You will have this kind of problem. Type name is invalid. You can start with a, let's say, with a alphabet and end up with a numeric. You will not have any problems. Do not try to end up with your special character, because if you end up with special character, okay, you will see this problem. Also, do not give spaces between the alphabetical part and the numeric part. So space and then you put 1, you will have this kind of problem. Okay, so there are certain coding convention which needs to be followed. You cannot start with the class file name with this. You cannot start the class file name with special characters. You can start the class name with alphabets. I'll call this an example. Follow it up with a numeric, but you should not have any spaces between the alphabet and the numeric part. If you give space, you will get the same kind of problem. Do not end up your name of the class file with a special character like this. You will still have the problem. So I'll call this as example only right now. And for example, if you go back to my initial understanding of when I was writing down that file, which file I was writing, I was writing this file, example.java. I had to write down all these things, public, static, void, main. Okay, I'm creating the same file with Eclipse right now. So I'll do a comparison. So I will right click, go to new, go to a class. Okay, in this I will create a class name as example, the same class name that I created out here. You see, public class. I had to write down all these codes. Here I'm just writing the clause. Modifier, just remember that you just have to select whatever is selected by default, public. We'll see what is a modifier later on. Okay, let it be public. Superclass is object. Object is considered as a superclass in Java. Okay, just remember that. So it always pinpoints to the superclass, and this is the package where the object superclass is present, java.lang.object. Okay, do not try to change it out. Yes, which method stubs would you like to create? By default, inherited abstract methods. This has to be chosen. Do not change this. What is it? I'll tell you later on. But you need to choose this public static void main. If you do not choose this, you will not be able to, get the results in the console of Eclipse. Okay, so you got to choose the main method. In this particular scenario where I had written down the codes myself, I had to write down the codes automatically with my keyboard, public static void main. In Eclipse, you will get this particular option. You can choose this option and click on finish. The moment you do this, that example.java class file gets created. Okay, you will see the package name is coming out here. What is the package name? That means this example.java class is present below the package. So that is the hierarchy you need to understand. The class file is called the .java class file. This is the source file now. The source file with a .java extension is below the package. Package is below the source. Source is below the project. So at the topmost of the hierarchy is this project. Inside project, you have the source folder and the GRE system library. The system library automatically gets connected with the project because then you can use the methods or the functions present in the library in your project. That is why the GRE system library gets connected with the project. Below the source folder, you have the package. Below the package, you will have the class .java class file. It's a .java class file right now. And the moment you create the example.java class file, you will see the tab coming out here. You can double click to expand the tab, double click again to contract it, collapse it. Double click to expand, double click to collapse. Now what do you see? A double click, you will see the package name, com.datatype.ZaranTech. You see the class name that I had given in the example automatically creates this particular code, public class, which I had to write down out here with my keyboard. It creates automatically in your Eclipse. And this is the opening curly brace of the class file. This is the closing curly brace. How do I know it is the opening curly brace and this is the closing curly brace? I told you this is called the body of the class file. This is called, the highlighted portion is called the body of the class file. How do I know it is a body? If you put your cursor after the opening curly brace after the class file, this is the opening curly brace of the class file. If you put your cursor and double click, this will show you the body of the class file. Similarly, inside the class file, you will have the main method. However, what you can call it is a main function. Okay. Always functions or methods are always kept inside the body of the class file. So if you do not know what is the body of the class file, you just have to hover your mouse, click, the cursor is going to blink after the opening curly brace, double click. This is the body of the class file. So please remember one particular thing. Methods or functions are always inside the body of the class file. So if you see the main method or the main function, it is inside the body of the class file. Similarly, functions also have bodies. So this is the opening curly brace of the function. This is the closing curly brace of the function. Now, for example, you do not know which cursor belongs to which particular. Thus, where is this opening curly brace ending? You do not know it for this class file. So you just have to hover your mouse and double click. This is where it is ending. This is the body of the class file. Inside the body of the class file, you have the main method. Where is the main method starting? This is where it is starting from, the opening curly brace. Where it is ending, you do not know. Put your mouse out here, the cursor is going to blink, double click. This is where it is ending. So this is the closing brace of the main method. Okay, so every class file will have an opening and an end, which is called the opening curly brace, and this is the closing curly brace. So between the opening curly brace and the closing curly brace of the class file, you will have the body of the class file. Inside the body of the class file, you will have the main method. And main method will also have a body. So body of the main method is this. You have to blink your cursor after the opening curly brace and do a double click. This is the body of the main method. Okay, now the next question arises is, why is main method required? If you do not have this method, you will not be able to get the results of the, of this code in the console of Eclipse. Now if you double click, it will collapse. This is the console of Eclipse. If you do not have the main method, you will not get the result of the code in the console of Eclipse. See, that is why the main method is required. Second requirement, every method is also called as function. Please remember that. Every function or method has a particular working behavior. Main method working behavior is to bring the control inside it. What do you mean? What do you mean by bringing the control inside it? So every method, so these are very important things. Every method or function has a specific work. Similarly, main method also has a specific work. What is the working behavior of the main method? It brings the control inside it. What do you mean by that? It means that the compiler will compile the codes written within the body of the main method. This is the body. So you put your cursor after the opening curly brace, double click, this is the body. So whatever codes you write down within the body of the main method will be compiled by the compiler, and the result will be thrown out in the console of Eclipse. This is the console. If you do not have your console, if you do not see the console tab, you need to go to Windows, show perspective, click on console. The console tab will come. Okay, so the work of the main method is to bring the control inside it. So if I expand the term called bringing the control inside it, precisely means that the compiler present inside the JRE will compile the codes written within the body of the main method, and this is the body of the main method. And after compilation, the result will be thrown out in the console of Eclipse. So this is called the console of Eclipse. If you double click, the console will expand. If you double click, the console will collapse. Double click, it will expand. Double click, it will collapse. So whatever code you need to write down, you need to write down within the body of the main method. Otherwise, you will not get the result in the console of Eclipse. I can still write down the codes without the main method also. That does not matter. Okay, but if you want to get the result in the console of Eclipse, you need to write down the codes within the body of the main method. So I will just expand example.java, tab, the coding pane expands, and this is the body of the main method. And if I double click, this is the body. So I can just go to my cursor out here and click on enter button. Okay, I can remove this code. And what I had done out here, integer a is equal to 10, integer b is equal to 22, integer c is equal to a plus b. Okay, I can just write down out here, integer a is equal to 10. Okay, now if you look at the integer out here and the integer out here, this is in pure black color, this is in red color. Why it is in red color? Whatever you see in red color in Eclipse, okay, are reserved keywords. Reserved keyword means they cannot be used for any other purpose. They are used for a specific purpose. For example, integer is a reserved keyword used in Eclipse, or rather in Java, for the purpose of declaring a variable as integer type. Okay, so this is integer is a data type. Okay, so the short form is int. This is the syntax used for declaring a variable as integer. Okay, when you declare a variable as integer, it means that the variable value should not be in decimal format. It should be in non-decimal format. So I was telling you that if I put 10.0 out here, for example, does it show any syntax error? No. But I know that integer a is a variable which is in integer format. So integer format variables or integer data type variables cannot take values in decimal format. It has to be non-decimal format. If I try to put the same 10.0 out here, you will see the syntax red underline is coming and there is a cross sign. If you hover your mouse over the cross sign, you will see type mismatch, cannot convert from double to integer. This is a format that is acceptable by double data type. Now you are declaring a variable as an integer data type and you are declaring the value as a double type. That is not possible. If you are declaring a variable as an integer data type, ensure that the value of that variable should be of integer data type only. Now you are declaring this variable as integer data type, but value is declared in double format. Double formats are required for double data types. And that is why if you hover your mouse, you will see type mismatch. Why mismatch? You have declared the variable a as an integer. The value of the variable b you are putting in double format, which is required for your double data types. So you'll get this kind of syntax errors. If you hover your mouse, it will give you fixes, how to fix this problem. Change a to double. Either can change a variable a to double format. This is double format. The moment you change it to double data type, now the variable a has been declared as double data type. Now double data type can take values in decimal format. Okay, it can also take values in your non-decimal format. That is the beauty of double. So double data type variables can be declared in non-decimal format as well as in decimal format. For example, double a is equal to 10. Okay, it's accepted by double data type. I can declare double b is equal to 10.0. That is also accepted. That's the beauty of double data type. So you can declare the value in non-decimal format or in decimal format. But if I declare an integer variable, let's say c, which is equal to the value should be in non-decimal format, 10. If I try to declare integer, let's say d is equal to 10.0, it'll give me a mismatch. Type mismatch, cannot convert to double to integer. So what you can do, you can just hover your mouse, you can change the value variable d to double, either you can do that, then your red underline will go, or the other part is that what it is saying, just hover your mouse, add cast to integer. That means you are converting the double format to integer format by using this cast. This is called casting. The casting will do what? This is in double format, right? It will change back to your integer format by doing this particular casting. Okay, so these are the kind of fixes given to you if you create some kind of syntax errors. So these kind of fixes which you see in Eclipse will not be possible in your simple writing the Java code in your notepad. It doesn't give you a syntax error, neither does it give any fixes to fix that problem. Here in Eclipse, first it will give you a syntax error. This is in double format. How can you put a variable d to a double format value when the variable d is declared as an integer data type? Integer data type can only take values in integer format, that is in non-decimal format. So the fixes are given, either change the variable d to a double type, like this, just click out there and your syntax error will go, or you can cast the value. So casting means what? Let's say integer e is equal to, you have given 20.0. You can convert this double format to an integer format. How? Just cast it. This is called casting. Casting helps out in conversion from double format to integer format. Okay, so that means what you are trying to do is that this means nothing but this means 20.0 only. Sorry, 20 only. So you have put the value of 20 inside variable e after you have casted it, converted from the double format to your integer format by using casting. Okay, so I'm going to basically comment this. I can do a single line comment. Commenting means commenting is done to make you understand what is this code all about. So you can do a single line comment. This is one line, this is another line, this is another line. So you can do a single line comment. When you do commenting of a line, compiler will not read that line. So how can you do a single line comment? // This will turn to a green color. So this line will not be read by the compiler now when the compilation is done. I can do a block comment also. Block comment means I can comment all these lines. I can comment all these lines at one go. How do I do that? I have to highlight these lines, go to source, add block comment. This will comment all these lines at one go. Let's say I want to unblock these lines, unblock the commenting done in these lines. So I have to highlight all these lines, go to source, remove block comment. So when you do commenting, that commenting part will not be read by the compiler. Yes, in order to store decimal formats, you need the double format. Okay, decimals, see, you need to see the videos. There are a lot of format data types out here. You have a integer data type, you have a double data type, you have a float data type, you have a string data type, you have a character data type, you have a boolean data type. Okay, let me show you one by one. Okay, you got to see the videos also, because these are very initial stuff which you require to understand. Please see the videos. If you have any problems, you can revert to me. But as far as the introduction class is concerned, decimal formats can be stored in a double data type as well as in a float data type. Okay, that's your answer. So right now, if you look at the double data type value, it can store decimal formats as well as non-decimal formats. Double, that means the value declaration, when you declare the value of a variable A or B, which is a double format or double data type, it can be in non-decimal format and decimal format. It accepts it. But when it stores the value, when it stores this value in the memory, it will store the value in the decimal format. How do I know that? Let's say I do 30 out here. So let's say I want to print out the value of A. So what I'm trying to say is that a double data type can store value. When you declare a value for a variable, declare at double data type. The declaration can be in non-decimal format or in decimal format. But in the memory of computer, it will be stored in decimal formats. How do I know that? You have written out here, if you remember, system.out.println. Okay, I have to write down the whole code. In Eclipse, what you can do is that you can do a shortcut for system.out.println. This particular command is used to print out the result of the code in the console of Eclipse. Okay, so you want to get the result, you have to print out this particular command. So in your general notepad, you have to write down the full command like this. In your Eclipse, what you can do is that you can have a shortcut. The shortcut will be SYSOUT, control spacebar of your keyboard together. First control, then spacebar. The whole println command comes. And then I can write down the value of A is concatenate this with a variable A. Okay, now I want to run this particular class file. Okay, to run this particular class file, what you need to do, there are two ways. You can highlight the class file given in the Project Explorer, right click, you see run as option, run as Java application. Either you can run from here or you can run from this particular button. You'll see run example.java, it is coming. There are two ways to run the class file. If you want, when you run the class file, you will get the results of the code in the console of Eclipse. The result will come in this particular pane. So I'll run the class file from here. So highlight the class file example.java, right click, run as Java app. It will tell you to save the class file. So you can, if this is not checked, you can check it and click on OK. You will see it is coming. So if you see out, value declaration of variable A, which is a double data type, is in non-decimal format. But memory stores this value in decimal format, and that is why you're getting the result in the console in 30.0. Here I have declared the value in decimal format for a double data type variable B. When I do a println out here, so SYSOUT, then control spacebar. And what I can do, I can write down the value of variable B is, after the closing double quote, this plus sign is a concatenation sign, and then call the variable B. Okay, you can save the class file from here also. If you do not save from here, what it happens is that when you run the class file, it will ask for saving, because you have done a change of code. Now run it. You see, value of A variable was declared in non-decimal format for a double data type variable, but in the memory it stores a 30.0. That is why you are getting the result of 30.0 in the console of Eclipse. Here I have declared the value in decimal format. It is storing the memory as decimal format only, and that is why you are getting the result of B as 10.0. So what I am trying to say is that value declaration for a double data type can be in decimal format or in non-decimal format. Integer, it has to be always in non-decimal format. So if I write down sysout, I can write down the value of the variable C is, concatenate this with the variable C. Now if you look at whatever I write down within the double quotes is considered as a string format. So this, the whole thing that I have written within the double quotes, what I have written, this part I have written within double quotes. Whatever I write down within double quotes in the println command is considered as string format, and whatever I have written down will be thrown out in the console as it is. You see that I am concatenating the string format. This is the string format. So whatever I write down within double quotes is considered the string format. So I'm trying to, can I add a string format with a variable C, which is in integer format? Integer can take only values in numeric. Double can take values in numeric, but the format can be your non-decimal or decimal for a double data type. In integer, the numeric value should not have decimal format. It should be non-decimal numeric format. I cannot put a value, let's say I cannot put a value called integer d, or let's say not integer d, let's call it as integer f equal to high. Not possible. This is alphabets. Integer or double can only take numeric data. Yes, value declaration for an integer variable should be in non-decimal numeric format. Value declaration for a double data type can be in decimal numeric format or non-decimal numeric format. This is non-decimal numeric format, this is decimal numeric format. But I cannot put alphabets, or I cannot put your special characters also. Not possible. It will tell me a complete problem out here. Let me remove this. Syntax error on token, invalid character. So I'm going to comment this so that you can look at it. Similarly, I cannot put int g is equal to, for example, high. Alphabets are also not allowed. The same thing will happen. Age cannot be resolved to a variable. A high cannot be resolved to a variable. You'll have this kind of problem. Similarly, double also. Double data type can be used to define numeric formats only. Age is equal to, the value declaration can be in non-numeric format, non-numeric decimal format, sorry, numeric decimal format. Numeric decimal format means, for example, 60.0. That's fine. Or I can define double I as non-numeric decimal format, non-numeric format, decimal format. Sorry, numeric non-decimal format. That can be your 70. Numeric non-decimal format. I cannot put something like this, double j is equal to special characters. Not possible. It will give me a syntax error. It says that insert local variable declaration. Okay, so this kind of problem will crop up, or I cannot declare double with alphabet values. K is equal to as your high. I cannot declare like this. It says the high cannot be resolved to a variable. So either use integer or double. The data should be in numeric format. Yes, double can take decimal numeric format or non-decimal numeric format. Integer can only take non-decimal numeric format. That is this. So this is the println command for sys. Similarly, I can print out for d also. Can just use sys out. I can write down the value of the variable d is, after is I have given a space, and that is why you see a space out here. If I do not give a space, for example, and I concatenate this, it does not as an addition. You are concatenating the value of string with a variable d which is in double. So when you are concatenating the value of variable d with a string, this plus sign is a concatenation operator, not an addition sign. Comment this also. Now if I run this, you see there is no space between is and 10.0. If you want to create space, you give a space out here, and then save the file and then run it from here. You can run also the file from here. Then you see there's a space in between. Similarly, now here you have declared the value as 20.0 for a variable e as integer type, but it was showing you a problem, right? If I do not do this casting. So you can fix this particular problem, just hover your mouse over the red underline, add cast to integer. This will convert the decimal format to an integer format. And then you can do sys out. So when you do sys out, so sys out control spacebar, the whole printout will happen. Okay, then you can write down variable E has the value of space concatenated with the variable E. So what is the result that will be thrown out? 20, not 20.0, because you have converted the decimal format to a integer format by using this casting. You see 20. So double and integer are covered. Now let's go to float.
Hey there! Want to get really good at testing software? Our Selenium course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about Selenium. It's like a toolbox for testing web applications, from ensuring they work to finding bugs. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Selenium Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Now when you declare float, this is the keyword. Okay, this is coming also in red color because float keyword is used to define a variable as a float data type. You cannot use this keyword for any other purpose. That is why it is called a reserved keyword. Okay, that is why it is called a reserved keyword. Okay, so float, for example, KL is equal to, now I cannot declare the value of a float variable in decimal format. It will show me a problem. Let's say 100.0. It will show me a problem because whenever you declare a value with a decimal format, it considers a double format. Please remember that when you are declaring a value and with decimal, the compiler of Java takes it as a double format. Okay, so that is why if you see the syntax error is coming, type mismatch, cannot convert from double to float. So when you declare the value of float, ensure that you declare the value of float in non-decimal numeric format. Float can be only used for numeric values also. It cannot be used to keep your alphabets or special characters. So LM. So when you declare the value, you can declare the value as 200 or 2000, whatever it is. Okay, so do not try to declare it with 2000.0. Compiler will take this format as double format. So how can you put a double format to a variable M which is declared a float type? So when you declare the value, it should be 2000. That's all, not 2000.0. But how does it keep it in the memory? It keeps in the memory as a decimal number. So it will keep in the memory of the computer. The value of the variable M will be kept as 2000.0. How do I know that? If you do a sysout, SYSOUT, control spacebar, and I put the variable F directly, M, you will see the value thrown out in the console of Eclipse will be 2000.0. So if you see 2000.0 in the console of Eclipse, that will ensure you that in the memory of the computer, the value of the float variable will be kept in decimal format. But when you declare the value in your Eclipse, it has to be declared in non-decimal format. Please remember that. They are all given in the videos. Okay, so when I run this, to save the class file and run it from here, 2000.0. So this will make you understand that in the memory of the computer, the value of the float will be kept at 2000.0. So let's say your console has closed. So you have expanded the example.java. You can collapse it like this, and you can see the console down 2000.0. If you expand example.java code and you run the class file, the console result will come like this. Let's say you want to see the console. This is the console symbol. You can just open it once more, or you can close it. This symbol will come in the side pane like this when you expand the coding pane. When you collapse the coding pane, the console pane will be down. And this is 2000.0 for the float M variables value. So you have to declare the value of the variable in non-decimal format, but in the memory it will be kept as decimal format. And that is why you see the system result as showing you as 2000.0. Now, as far as integer and float is concerned, integer and float can take data which can be up to 32 bits. You cannot have data inside a float variable or an integer variable which is more than 32 bits. If you are keeping data in float variable or in integer variable which is more than 32 bits, they show you a syntax error. For example, integer n is equal to, now this data gets converted to a binary format. Okay, so if you look at it, it will show you that the syntax error coming, the literal value is out of range. If you expand this, it will come. Out of range means it is when the compiler converts this value to a binary format, it is coming more than 32 bits. Now you should understand that 8 bits equal to 1 byte. Okay, so if you have 32 bits, that means 4 bytes. So integer, the value declaration for an integer variable can be up to 4 bytes. If it is more than 4 bytes, okay, this kind of syntax error will come. Why? Because integer can take data up to 32 bits. So 32 bits or less than 32 bits of data can be stored by an integer variable. And the same is for your float also. Float can take data which can be up to 32 bits. That means you can put a variable value declared as float, okay, up to 32 bits. If it is more than 32 bits, for example, I put 99999, the same syntax error will come. Literal value is out of range. You can just hover your mouse over this box. So you see this comes as a pop-up. Just put your mouse over that particular, it will turn to a box, then you can expand the box. Becoming out of range. That means the value that you have put inside this variable O, which is a float data type, is not able to take this value because this is more than 32 bits. So that means float and integer can take only up to 32 bits of data. What about double? Double can take up to 64 bits of data. That means up to 8 bytes it can take. So if I put the same value out here, let's say in double, up to 64 bits, please remember that. Double P is equal to 99999999999. It is getting more than 64 bits also. That is why it is showing you a problem. Getting out of range. So that means integer and float can take up to 32 bits. Double can take up to 64 bits. But this value is also more than 64 bits. That is why it is showing you out of range. So if I remove the number of nines, if I put one more 9, it is getting out of range. I remove one more 9. This will be up to 64 bits, and that is why it is accepting it. Okay, so double can take up to 64 bits of data, 64 or less than that. Float and integer can take up to 32 bits of data, 32 bits or less than that. So this number gets converted to a binary format. So if it is compiler is seeing that, oh, it is within 64 bit range, it will accept this value. For this particular aspect, compiler will see that this value is getting out of the range accepted by integer and float, more than 32 bits. So it will show you a syntax error, and that is why I have commented it. Okay, so I'll put one more 9 and comment it so that you can understand this is also out of range. So this is about float. Then you have long, another data type called long. The keyword is called long, and long is like integer only. Okay, it's absolutely like your integer. It can take numeric data. Okay, now as far as float is concerned, float can also take numeric data. It cannot take alphabetical data or special characters. It will show you syntax errors. Long can also take numeric data, and the value declaration should be in non-decimal format as a integer. Integer value declaration should be also in non-decimal format. So long Q, if I put as 1000.0, syntax error, does not accept value declaration in decimal format. It will accept only numeric formats, but the numeric format should be in non-decimal format. This is in decimal format. It gives you a syntax error because the moment you put decimal, it will take as a double format. So you cannot mismatch, cannot convert from double to long. So what you need to do, I'll comment it. What you need to do is that you need to give long R is equal to 2000, and that's fine for 20,000. And then you can print out this value SYSOUT control spacebar. I can write down the value of R is concatenate this with the variable R. So you're concatenating the string format with your long format, and that is why this plus sign acts as a concatenation operator. So I'll run this and you will see the result, 20,000. So it is going to store the memory. In the memory of the computer also, the value of R will be stored in non-decimal format, and that is why in the syntax in the console the result is in non-decimal format. Okay, now long can also take data up to 64 bits. So double and long can take data up to 64 bits. Float and integer can take data up to 32 bits. Okay, so if you want to put it as a comment, you can put it as a comment out here. If you want to comment something for your understanding and reference later on, double click, you can write down long and double can take data up to 64 bits, and again double integer and float can take data. Can take data means you can declare the value of that variable up to 64 bits or up to 32 bits, and take data up to 32 bits. This is the kind of commenting you can do. This is a single line comment. If you want to comment a block of codes, you have to highlight the block of code, go to source, add block comment. This will not be read by the compiler. All these green color lines, this will be absolutely ignored by the compiler. If you want to uncomment this block of codes, you have to highlight it, go to source and remove the block comment. Okay, so this is about longs. Long, after that you have character and boolean. So character is CHAR is the keyword used. So character, let's say QRS. S is a variable declared as a character data type. Okay, now when you declare the value of the character data type, it should be within single quotes. So ensure to put a single quotes and then this is called the terminator sign or semicolon. It will make the compiler understand this is the end of the code, or this is the end of the line of code. Okay, if you do not put this semicolon, the compiler will not be able to understand where is the line of code ending. It will not be able to compile it if there is no end to a line of code. So to end a line of code, you use this semicolon, and in your colloquial term it is called as terminator. So you need to use the terminator sign, and the value of the character data type should be put within single quotes. If you do not put the single quotes, you will have problems, syntax errors. And please understand, it can only take one value, one character. The character can be numeric, or the character can be the character ST can be within single quotes. It can be single character of numeric, or single character of alphabet, or a single character of special. Whatever you can call it as. Not double quotes, single quotes. Put a terminator sign at the rate. If you do not give this character UV is equal to within single quotes, you do not give quotes and you terminate it, it will tell you, it will not give you any syntax error. But if you do want to go and print out the value, for example value of V, you will not get the printout. Just run it, you get this kind of stuff, question mark. Okay, now if you do a printout of sys out control spacebar, s, what is the value that you are getting? Save the class file. This is the saving of the class file. Which class file you are saving? Example.java. Run it. The value of s is 1. That is what it is printed out. Now you want to get the value of the variable t, sysout, sysout t. Save the class file and run it. You're getting a. So for the you're getting a because that is the value of t. You want to get the printout the variable u, sys. These are all character data types. U. Then save the class file and run it. U is coming as @. Okay. So this is not giving you a correct result. It is giving you something like this. Variable v value is 1. Now I have also defined the variable s value as 1 but between single quotes. So that is why you are getting 1 in the console. But there I have declared the value of variable b not within single quotes, just 1 out here without the single quotes. So it will give you an absurd answer. Check it out. So that is why you should always put the value with single quotes for a character data type. And you cannot give more than one character also. So for example, character UVW is equal to, within single quotes, you give a terminator sign, you give two characters either of alphabets or of numeric, you give you a syntax error, invalid character constant. Either you give a character value like this, so two characters are also not allowed. One character of numeric within single quotes, one character of alphabet within single quotes, or one character of special within single quotes. You cannot give two characters of this also. Not possible. Similarly, if I try to, x is equal to, let's say, two characters of alphabets, this is also not allowed. This is getting allowed, so let me use a sysout and put the value of x. I will comment these lines, otherwise if I do not comment this line, there is a syntax error. If you save it and run it, it will tell you that you want to proceed further, error will exist in the project. So what I need to do is cancel it and comment this line by doing a // and now that is why you see the, so if you have a syntax in this line, the syntax in the other line is not getting showed. So you have to comment this line, then you will see the problem out here. Two characters are not allowed. That is what I'm trying to say. So I don't have to use this. So I'll comment this. Similarly, character Z is equal to a combination of alphabet and numeric. This is also, so what I'm trying to say is that character data types can only take one character either of alphabet or numeric or special. Two characters are not allowed. Syntax error will come, invalid character constant. And it should be put within single quotes. Okay. Now let's say I will show you one particular stuff out here which is important. I have a double a is a variable of integer type equal to 10. Okay, and I have a variable card bb which is equal to 20. Okay, and I have an integer cc which is equal to a plus bb. And if I do a printout of cc, if I save the class file and run it, what is the value I should get? I'm getting 30. Now what is happening out here is that this is not put within double quotes. Okay, so ensure that it is not showing in a syntax error. Okay, and it's showing in the value of 30 because you expect 10 plus 20 is 30. But please remember one particular thing, that you are not put the value within double quotes. And there are two characters. So it is taking as an integer format. That is why it is adding 10 plus 20 equal to 30, and that is why you're getting the value of CC equal to 30. I'm going to comment all these 3 lines of code. This is not a correct result. What you need to do is that you have a character, let's say DD is equal to, within single quotes, you put, let's say, hash. Okay, and then you try to add on integer EE is equal to AA plus DD. You see there's no syntax error being shown. You're adding a character to an integer. Is it possible? Okay, it is showing you possible. Okay, and what is the value that you will get if you do sys out EE? Save the class file and run it. These are all given in the video. You are getting the value of 45. Now you will be stunned. I am basically adding 10 with the hashtag. How am I getting 45? So what you need to do is that you need to go in your Google and open up something known as ASCII table. This is table of ASCII characters, forbidden. Okay, let me open it from here. Now, what is the character? This is the car column, you can see. What is the character I have used in the character variable? Hashtag. So go to your table, look out for the character in the character column CHR, hashtag. This is hashtag. You see hashtag out here. What is the decimal value of it? 35. I'm just hovering my mouse. I hope you guys are able to see it. So hashtag is a character, and the decimal value of hashtag is 35. So what happens out here is that when you add AA is equal to 10, and the character value of hashtag is 35 plus 35, which is equal to 45, and that's what you get in the console. Now tomorrow, if I use a character FF is equal to, within single quotes, you give the value of character FF as, for example, the percentage sign, and then you integer GG is equal to the variable AA plus FF. Now you will be confused that how can you add 10 with percentage? Okay, so what you need to do is just do sys out and check out the value of GG variable. So save the class file and run it. You're getting 47, so you will be confused how it is getting 47. This is 10, this is percentage. I should get 10% as the value in the console, but I'm getting 47. So go and open up your ASCII table, look at the car column and look at percentage sign. So you got to find the percentage sign. This is the percentage sign, and the value is 37. The decimal value is 37. The hexadecimal value is 25. Octadecimal value is 0.45. So you got to look at the decimal value of percentage, that is 37. So what is happening out here? 10 is actually added to 37, which is the ASCII value of percentage, and that is why you are getting 47 as the result in the console. All these are given in the video. You have to look at the videos. I'm just showing you just for the purpose. So this is about characters. Similarly, I will have Boolean data type. Now Boolean data type variable can only hold 2 values, true or false, no other value. So let's say Boolean HH is equal to high. Not possible. Syntax error will come. High cannot be resolved to a variable. It can only have true values. There are only two values of Boolean variable, true or false. So I will comment it. Okay, Boolean I cannot put numeric values. Cannot be resolved. Cannot convert from integer to Boolean. This is in integer format. How can it put it to a variable I is a Boolean data type? Type mismatch. Similarly, you cannot have Boolean JJ is equal to in string. This is in string format. The moment you get double quotes, this is in string format. Okay, so it will tell you that type mismatch cannot convert from string to Boolean. It will tell you cannot convert from string to Boolean. The moment you put double quotes, it becomes a string format. So this is also not allowed. You also cannot give Boolean KK is equal to 20.38. This will tell you type mismatch cannot convert from double to Boolean. This is in double format. How can you give this value to a variable which is in Boolean format? So I'll comment it. So it can only take two values. One is Boolean. LL is equal to, you can put it true. Okay. And if you do sysout of LL, it will show you true. After saving the class file, if you run it, it will show you true. So either you can have true or you can have false. These are the two values of a Boolean variable. And if you sysout, it will be just print out the variable and save the class file and run it. You will get false. These are the only two values that are accepted as Boolean. Okay. The last data type, it's not a data type. String is considered. String is not a data type. It is an inbuilt class of Java. What is a class and all, we'll see it later on. Just remember it's inbuilt class of Java. Okay, so that is why if you see integer, character, Boolean, long, float, double, they are all coming in red color. When I write string, if I declare a variable as a string variable, it would declare it with a string with a capital S, string. Oh, so this is a variable O defined as a string type. So I do not call string as a data type. It's a inbuilt class of Java. That is why this variable will be called as string type variable. I will not call it as a string data type variable. These are data types in red color. String is coming in black. It's an inbuilt class. Classes in Eclipse will be shown in black color with a capital S. So when you declare a variable as a string type, the value of the variable should be within double quotes. Please remember it. And it can hold innumerable characters. It can have hi, we are learning Java, and this is the first class. I can give a hashtag out here. Hashtag hi. There is a special character. We are learning Java, and this is the first. First is numeric. It's a character. It's a sequence of characters within double quotes. And whatever characters you put within the double quotes will be considered as string, and will be typed out or shown in the console of Eclipse as it is. So if I print out variable's value and I save the class file and run it, it will be saved as, it will be shown as same. There is no change in the value. So whatever I put within double quotes will be printed out in the console as it is. Even the space is considered as a character inside the memory of computer. So you will see the space out here. You see the space. This space is coming because you have given the space within the double quotes. So that is why if you look at, there is a string variable, let's say pp is equal to, within double quotes you can give anything. There is a string variable should be in double quotes. Let's say 20. Now you will think that there's an integer qq is equal to 40. Now you will think that you will be able to integer rr is equal to pp plus qq. you can put like this, there will be a syntax error. Type mismatch, cannot convert from string to integer. This is in string format. This is not a numeric value. This is a string value right now. Okay. So you cannot add a string value to a integer value. And that's where this type mismatch is coming. Okay. So you type mismatch cannot convert from string to integer. This is in string format. How can you add a string to an integer and put it to an integer variable? Not possible. But let us look at this. String SS is equal to PP plus QQ. This gets accepted. Why? Now please understand, string is at the highest hierarchy. So if you look at all these data types and compare with string type, string is at the highest hierarchy. Okay. So that is why if you try to add an integer with a string and put to a string variable, the integer format also gets converted to a string format. And what is the result that will be thrown out? Result will be not 60. Please remember that. Result will be PP plus QQ, right? So it will be 20, 40. 2040 is the result. Because you cannot add string to an integer. Please remember that. So this plus sign will act as a concatenation. So PP value is 20, concatenate with 40, and the value will be 2040. So if I print out SS, save the class file and run it, you will see 2040. Now, if I put the same value to an integer, integer is at the lowest hierarchy. You are adding a string to an integer, so this gets totally converted to a string. Now, why? Because string is there at the highest hierarchy. So if you use this plus sign, it doesn't act as a addition, it acts as a concatenation. So it will basically convert this integer value to a string format also. So integer gets converted to a string when you use this plus sign. So string plus string is equal to string. How can you put it to an integer? So that is why this is showing you cannot convert from string to integer. So this total value is string, because this integer value also converts to a string value, because this plus sign acts as a concatenation and this PP is a string. So when a string is added to an integer, the total value gets converted to a string, because string is at the higher hierarchy. And you have put this value to an integer format, not possible. But when you put the same value to a string format, it gets accepted, because as I told you, higher hierarchy is string. So when you add an integer to a string, it will get converted to a string. The same thing will happen when you add string with a double format. It will get converted to a string also. So I can show you that also. For example, there's a double TT is equal to 20.0. Okay, and you try to do U is equal to TT plus that SS value, not SS, plus PP, which is value is string 20. So this will not be accepted. Why? Because double is at the lower hierarchy in comparison to string. So what happens? This double value gets converted to a string value because of this plus sign, which acts as a concatenation. Because you are adding a string to a double, the resultant value will be converted to string. A string value cannot be put to a variable UU, which is in double format. So you see a type mismatch, cannot convert from string to double. So this is completely value. This value completely turns to string, because string is at the higher hierarchy of double. And how can you put to a string value to a double? The same thing, if you just copy it and paste it down, and this is, let's say, the value, this will be double V, and you change this to string. Now obviously, when I told you, when you add a double to a string, the higher hierarchy is string, so this whole thing gets converted to a string. You can put to a string. And what is the resultant value? Just BV. You can see the resultant value as this after saving the class file 20.0. So 20.0 is the value of TT. So this gets concatenated with PP. So 20 again. So 20.0 is the value of TT and 20 is concatenated with TT whose value is 20. So 20.020. So concatenation of this value with this. Now if you consider double with float and int, double will be at the higher hierarchy. So let's say I have an integer WW is equal to, let's say, 100, and I have a float XX is equal to 200. You cannot declare the value of a float variable in decimal format. And you have a double YY is equal to, let's say, 300. I can declare the value in decimal format and non-decimal format. Now if I add this WW plus XX plus YY, now adding a integer to a float and to a double, the resultant value will be double. Please remember that, because double is at the highest hierarchy if you put it in comparison to integer and float. So you can put double ZZ equal to this much and this will be accepted. Okay, and you can do a sysout and ZZ. The value will be 300 plus 200, 500 plus 100, 600.0 will be the result if you run the class file. If you try to do some mistake, let's say you want to put the value of this WW plus XS plus YY into a variable called ZZZ, and you are declaring the ZZ variable integer type, it will not be accepted because this converts to double, because double is the highest. So if you add integer plus float per double, the added value, the resultant added value will be in double format. So if this converts to a double format, how can you put a double format value to a variable ZZZ you declare integer? So it will say that type mismatch, cannot convert from double to int. So this is the kind of syntax that we will see. Similarly, you cannot add this WW plus XX plus YY and put it to a float variable ZZZZ. This will also show you the same problem because the resultant value will be in double format, because double is as the highest hierarchy if you compare double with float and integer. But if you convert double with string, string will be at the highest then. So string is the highest of all the variable types that you see, then comes the double. Okay, this I will comment it also. What if we want a free text, like a text field that can take unlimited characters? Text field having unlimited characters can only be a string. Integer float can take up to 32 bits. Double long can take up to 64 bits. Okay. Character can only take one character within single quotes. Boolean can take only true and false. So if you want to have unlimited character, it should be a string variable, because a string can contain innumerable characters. So you can say string high is a variable of string type. I will not call string as a data type. It's an inbuilt class of Java. So I can put any number of characters inside the double quotes. I can put the whole paragraph out here. You want to put the whole paragraph of this? Copy. You can put it in a string, and you can do a sysout. This is the only type which can hold innumerable characters. This will be high with capital H. See, if you save the class file and run it, this is what you get. The whole thing will be printed as it is in the console of Eclipse because it's a string format. So this is the initial class on data types. You can look further on the data types out here. Tomorrow I'm going to basically start up, static and non-static part. And in that part, when the functions comes, I'll give you certain examples on functions and start up with the OOPS concept. Okay. Any questions you guys have, you can ask me. I'll unmute you guys rather. Vandana, Padmaja, Atul, ask if you have any questions, you can ask me. Float can take 32 bits, integer can take 32 bits, but the memory of the computer will store the value of float in decimal format. The memory of the computer will store the value of integer in non-decimal format. Okay, these are very basic stuff in any language. You got to go to the videos. Everything I cannot take in Java because it will take a lot of time for me then. You go to the arrays and then you can find out the largest number in an array. It's very precisely. You can go to the index number and find out it is the largest number or not. Based on the index number in the array, you can find out which index has the largest number. I would recommend you to go through the videos. These are much more deeper. Okay. And I've all the videos are mine only, and I've gone through the coding level only. I have not given you any PPTs. Directly on the codes, I have shown you the concepts. You basically got to find out by using the sorting concept in an array 1 to 100. You got to use the sorting order and then find out the largest number in an array. You have to use the if condition statement out there.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of Selenium? Option A, Selenium WebDriver. Option B, Selenium IDE. Option C, Selenium Grid. Option D, Selenium Studio. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at testing software? Our Selenium course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about Selenium. It's like a toolbox for testing web applications, from ensuring they work to finding bugs. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Selenium Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
First of all, variables, that is local variables, are localized within the body of the function. Functions are also called as methods, and these kind of variables which are created within the body of the function are called as local variables. So yesterday in the main method, I had created a lot of variables with different data types, integer data type, or your long data type, or your float data type, or double data type. So all those variables which I had created inside the body of the main method or main function are nothing but your local variables. Okay. Next is local variables cannot be duplicated. If you try to create a duplicate local variable within the same method body, okay, you are going to get a syntax error from the compiler. It will tell you that it's a duplicate local variable. So local variables cannot be duplicated. That is, variables cannot be duplicated within the same method or function body. Okay, so let's say I have integer a is equal to 10. Okay, and I create double a equal to 20.0. Now the local variable, the compiler is not at all concerned about the data type that you have used for the variable. It will be concerned regarding the name of the variable. Now you created integer a equal to 10, and then you create double a equal to 20.0. So one is a data type of integer, one is a data type of double. Now, if you look at the particular aspect and create this kind of variables inside the Eclipse, the compiler is not at all concerned about the data type. It will be concerned about the variable name. So if the local variable name is duplicated within the body of the method or a function, what is going to happen? The syntax error will be shown by the compiler. So that is why duplicacies of variable names are not allowed within the body of the function. Third part, so that is what I was telling you. So it is not concerned about the data type. So irrespective of the data types of the local variable, if the local variable name is same within the method body, compiler will going to show a syntax error, and the syntax error will be called as duplicate local variable. This is the error that you will get. Okay. Fourth part, usage of local variables is restricted within the body of the method where it is declared. Now you might have more than one function or method within a class file. I have shown you how to create a class file, and I showed you that how to initiate the main method while you create the class file. So main method is one of the methods or one of the functions. You can have innumerable functions or methods within the body of the class file, within the body of a particular class file. Now local variables, or I could say the power or the usage of a local variable, is restricted within the body of the class file. So since the body of the class or body of the method will have a local variable, and the power or usage of a local variable is within the body of the method, another method within the same class file can have the same local variable name. Please remember that. And that is why we can have same local variable name but in a different method. So let's say there are two methods, method 1 and method 2, in a class file called class 1. Method 1 has a variable called a. Okay, so as I told you, compiler is not at all concerned about the data type of the variable. Let's say there is a variable called a in method 1. Now the usage of the variable a in method 1 is restricted within that body of the method. So that is why if you have method 2, you can create the same variable name called a inside method 2, and there will be no syntax error thrown by the compiler. I'm going to show you all these things, you don't have to worry about that. But these are the things which you need to understand. Okay, next part is your access modifiers. Now local variables do not have access modifiers. Now you will ask me a question, what is an access modifier? Access modifier are basically used to create security of the codes. Okay, certain variables you do not want to show to others. Okay, certain variables you want to show to others. Okay, certain variables you do not want to show it to another class also. Certain variables you do not want to show to another package also. So we will see what is the access modifier, but at this point of time, access modifiers are nothing but are used to create security for your codes. Security for the codes means security for your variables, security for your methods. Okay, and security for your constructors. Okay, what's a constructor and all, we'll see that. So what are the different access modifiers that are available? Generally, there are 4 access modifiers: public, private, protected, and default. So this is actually wrong. So what I need to do is that private, protected, and default. This is what is required. Rest all are wastage. These are the 4. Okay. So I'm sorry for that. So you have these access modifiers for public, default, private, and protected. So local variables cannot have these access modifiers. Okay. For default, there is no keyword. Okay, rest will have their keywords. For example, a public, if you want to use a public access modifier, you have to use the keyword called public. If you want to use a private access modifier, you have to use the keyword called private. If you want to use a protected access modifier, you have to use the protected keyword. Now default access modifier does not have any keyword. So if you are defining an access modifier without any keyword, by default it means it's a default access modifier. So local variables do not have these access modifiers. Okay, just remember that. And local variables cannot be static and non-static. Okay, now static has a keyword called static. So if you want to define a static, okay, a global variable can be static or non-static, or a function or a method can be static and non-static. Local variables cannot be static and non-static. What is static and non-static, we'll see it later on. But at this point of time, just remember that local variables cannot be static or non-static. Now, if you want to define a method, also called as function, or a global variable as static, you have to use the keyword called static. Now if you do not define any keyword for a global variable or for a function, by default it means it's a non-static global variable or it's a non-static function. We'll see that, but at this point of time, please remember that local variables cannot be static or non-static.
So by default they are not static, right?
Yeah, by default, local variables do not have the concept of static and non-static. By default, local variables do not have the concept of access modifiers. Vandana, you have asked me a question. Sorry to ask, but I got the access late. What are you teaching? I'm teaching local variables. So this is the concept of your local variable. Okay. I will share this slide with you guys, but this is the concept. I just started up with local variables and what are the concepts of it. Okay, whatever concepts I am showing you, I will show it in your practicals, so then you will understand it. Okay, so for example, local variables do not have the concept of static or non-static. Local variables do not have the concept of access modifiers. There are 4 access modifiers: public, default, private, protected. For public, private, protected, you can use the keywords. For default, there is no keyword, but there is no concept of these access modifiers in local variables. Local variables usage is restricted within the body of the method. Method is also called as functions, and that is why you can have a same local variable name inside a body of another method. Okay, irrespective of the data types. So compiler is not concerned with the data types that you define for the local variable. Local variable names is what compiler is concerned with. So if you define a if you duplicate a local variable name within the body of the method, compiler will show you duplicate local variable as the syntax error. That is what I have covered up till now. Local variables can have final keyword, and as an access modifier. Okay, so as an only access modifier that is accepted in local variable, it will be the final keyword. Okay, for final local variables, it is optional to initialize its value, otherwise syntax error will become. Not is optional, it is mandatory to initialize the value. So what I'm trying to say out here is that local variables can only have the access modifier called as final. So final means the final keyword has to be used with a local variable. Now, if you are defining a local variable as final, it is mandatory that you initialize its value. Otherwise, syntax error will come. So we'll see that. The next slide will be your practical examples of local variables. So what I'm going to do is that whatever I have told you about local variables, I'm going to show you over the Eclipse. So there's a session 2 already created yesterday. I have not created inside any files. So what I will do inside session 2, I'm going to create a package inside the source folder. Okay. So let's create a package, and the package will be called as local variables. All in small letter. Okay, and now inside the package, now the package is empty. Inside the package, I will create a class file. That is, I'll create this as using local variables as the class name, so that it depicts what I'm trying to do. Call out the main method. If you don't call the main method, you will not get the result in the console of Eclipse. And I've told you what is the usage of main method yesterday. This is the class file created. I'll expand the class file, and you guys are able to see it. Is it too much of a small? If you want to increase the font, what you're supposed to do is that you need to go to Windows, Preferences. You go to General. You can expand General, and there is a subfolder called Appearance. Expand Appearance. There's a section called as Colors and Font. Click on that. Okay. Then you will see in the right hand side color and font, and a lot of folders. There's a basic folder, expand it. Come down, there's a text font. Highlight text font and click on edit. Okay, and you can change the font name, you can change the font style, you can change the font size. I'll make the font size, let's say at 14. Say okay, and your font size increases. I hope you are able to see it right now. So what is happening out here? You have to create a class file. It is all mandatory that you have to have a class file, and this is the body of the class file. I have told you, just you have to put your cursor after the opening curly brace, double click, this is the body of the class file, and the class file is ending out here, and that is why the cursor is blinking here. Okay, then you inside the body of the class file you will have methods or functions. This is called the main method. Okay, and this is the starting of the body of the main method. If you just put your cursor, it will blink out here, double click, this is the body of the main function. Okay, so within the body you have to create codes. Now I have told you that local variables are created within the body of the function. So this is one function. So I can create a local variable out here. Let's say integer a is equal to 10. Okay, so this a is a local variable. A is a local variable within the main method. Main method, I can call it also as function. Then I can, let's say I declare a double A equal to 20.0. Now the compiler is not concerned about the data type. It is concerned about the variable name. So if you look at there, the data types are different, but the variable name is same. This is also A, this is also A. Okay, so if you look at the syntax error, duplicate local variable, it will show you this kind of syntax error. Okay, so please understand one thing, that the compiler will not be concerned about the about the data type. It is concerned about the variable name. And if you have a duplicate variable name, it is going to show you the syntax error called duplicate local variable. So I'm going to comment this. I can create another variable, let's say integer b, which is equal to, let's say 100, and that's fine because this variable name is different from this particular variable name. Now what is the usage of this particular variable? The usage of the variable a and b. So b is also a variable, a local variable. Define local variable within the main method or function. So I'll just copy this. Okay, now what I have told you is that the usage of these local variables, which are defined within the body of the main method, okay, the usage of this variable will be restricted or will be within the body of the main method. You cannot use this variable out here. For example, I try to call integer c is equal to a plus b. I cannot do like this because this is where the body of the main method is ending. Okay, now you are trying to use an integer c which is equal to a plus b. Fine, but it is trying to say that if you look at the syntax error, a cannot be resolved to a variable, b cannot be resolved to a variable. Since you are calling the variable outside the body of the main method, the compiler doesn't understand that these variables are existing. If you try to call the same code within the body of the main method where these variables a and b are defined, you will not get any syntax error. And you can basically do a sysout and you can write down the variable c's value is concatenate this with the variable c. Now what is happening out here? You have tried to use the variable a and b where you have used the addition sign to actually add the values of variable a and b and put it to a variable c, and you are trying to print out. The usage of this variable is within the body of the main method, and that is why the compiler understands, oh, there is a variable a which is of integer type, there's a variable b which is of integer type, and you're trying to add this up, putting it to the variable c. But whenever you are calling these variables outside the body of the method, the compiler doesn't understand these variables, and that is why the syntax error will come up saying that b cannot be resolved to a variable or a cannot be resolved to a variable. That is, it is trying to say, please define these a and b. What are these a and b? But the same code being used inside the method body will not have any problem because the compiler understands, oh, integer a is a variable of integer data type, b is a variable of integer data type. Here it is declared outside the body, compiler doesn't understand it. So that is why I said the usage of the variable is restricted within the body of the method. So I will comment this line of code. Now there might be another function out here. How do you create functions? For function creation, you need to use an access modifier. So access modifiers, I have told you there are 4 different kinds of access modifier: public, private, protected, and default. Now if you want to use a public access modifier, you have to use the keyword called public. And then I can say static, for example. Static is a keyword that can be used for functions or methods. Okay, if you want to have a static function, you have to use this particular keyword called static. If you want to create a non-static function do not have any keywords, so you will not give this keyword called static for a non-static function. Okay, so we'll see about functions, but let's create another function called public static, and then the return type, let's say at void. There are different return types, I will discuss about that. Let's create a function called addition. This is nothing but an example of function called as addition. Okay, now what I can do is that I can now, since please understand one thing, I have told you also that the usage of the local variable is restricted within the body of the method. That means the usage of variable A, B and C is restricted within the body of the main method. Now you have created another function or another method called as addition function. Function always have a name and followed by a parenthesis. This is compulsory. A compulsory, you can say, syntax for a function. Function will always have a name. It will be followed by a parenthesis, nothing but a pair of parentheses, and followed by a curly brace, opening curly brace and a closing curly brace. If you put a cursor out here, this is the body of the addition function or addition method. Now, coming back to local variables, the usage of A, B and C is restricted within the body of the main method. So I can create a variable with the same name in addition function. Let's say I can create integer A. Now you will ask me a question that why it is not showing me a syntax error for A. Let's say 200. Because please understand one thing, this is a local variable. A is a local variable of the addition method. Now this local variable and this local variable is absolutely different. This local variable is a local variable of the main method. This is a local variable of the addition method. The usage of this local variable will be restricted within the body of the addition function. Please remember that. It does not mean that since the value of A is equal to 200, I can actually call up A out here and I can add A plus this A. I cannot add that. If you do an addition of A plus A and put it to a, let's say, variable D. Now what you will try to understand is that the first A is a local variable of addition method, and the second A is a local variable of main method. Okay, so you think that you are doing like that, but it is not like that. Now what is the result? It will be thrown out if you do a sys out here. If you sys out D, the variable value will be, the D's value will be 10 plus 10. It will be not that you are trying to call this variable A. So you do not expect that it will basically print out 200 plus 10, 210. No. If you are calling A 2 times with the thought process that this A belongs to function addition and this A belongs to function main, it doesn't happen like that. This A or this A will be nothing but the local variables of this method only. So that is why I said the variable usage or the local variable usage is restricted within the body of the method. So these variables A, B and C are local variables, or D are local variables of the main method. You cannot call these variables inside the body of this method. And that is why the usage of these variables will be restricted within the body of the method in which it is declared. Okay. Now you assume out here, I'll write down, you assume that the first A is a local variable of the addition method and the second A is a local variable of the main method. It doesn't happen like that. I'm giving this particular. So what is going to happen is that it is actually going to do what? I'll just put the comment further. It is actually going to do what? Integer D will be equal to 10 plus 10 and the value will be equal to 20 because you have called A 2 times and A is a local variable of the main method. So this will be 10 plus 10 which will be equal to 20, and that is what you will get if you run this class file. You see 20. Okay. Similarly, this A is a local variable of the addition method. So this A's value is 200 and then you can have integers B which is equal to 400 and then you can have double C, which is equal to, let's say, 800.10. So these A, B, and C are local variables of the addition function. Please remember that. So we can use the same in other functions. So yeah, that is what I'm trying to say. That is what I'm trying to say. So the compiler understands one particular thing very clearly. These are variables of this method. And the usage of these variables will be restricted within the body of the main method. So similarly, if you have an addition function, the usage of these variables will be restricted within the body of the addition function only. And that is why this variable name can be same as this. Similarly, if I create, so if I do a sysout, I can do a sysout directly. What I can do is I can call A plus B plus C. So this will not be a concatenation operator. This will be addition, because you are actually adding numerics, which can be in in your decimal format and non-decimal format. So if I save this class file and run it, if you see, I will not get the answer. My expectation of answer is 1400.10. I'm not getting that answer. Okay. Now why I'm not getting the answer? Because this is a function that I have created. Now I have told you one particular thing. Main method is a method which throws the result in the console of Eclipse. And I also have told you one particular thing yesterday, that compiler actually reads and compiles the codes written out within the body of the main method. And after compiling the codes, the results of the code will be thrown out in the console of Eclipse, whatever code you write down within the body of the main method. But this is also a code. This is also compiled by the compiler, but the compiler does not see the result of addition function. Why? Because this is a function created by me. And this is an inbuilt function present in the Java language. So what I need to do is that if I want to get the result of addition function, I have to call this function within the body of the main method. This is the body. How do I call the function? Control spacebar. Okay, you will see the addition. Just call it. The moment you call the addition function, it turns to italic format. So when you see italic formats like this, where you have the function name followed by a parenthesis, pair of parenthesis, that means you are calling a function. Once you call the function and save the class file and run it, you will get the value of it. You see 1400.10. Okay. So this is how functions are called. So if you want to use the function, you have to call this function within the body of the main method. Why inside the body of the main method? Then only you will get the result in the console of Eclipse. The compiler is going to compile the codes from top to down, because you are writing the codes from top and then coming down. The compilation happens from left to right and then top to down. That is the hierarchy. So when it will compile everything, but the result will be thrown out for the codes written down within the body of the main method. So when you want to get the result of the addition function, you have to call the addition function within the main method. Then only the result will be thrown out for the addition function in the console of Eclipse. And this is how you call it. And you can call this function innumerable times. Control spacebar. And you get this addition function. You see, return type is void. Why the return type is void? And what is the class it belongs to? Using local variables is the class name. Return type is void. Why? Because that is what the void return type have given. So you have called the function called addition 2 times inside the main method. So when you run the class file, you will get the result 2 times for the addition function. You see that. And this is the syntax of println command that you have given. You have not put the addition of these variables inside another variable. You have directly called it inside the println command. You can do like that also. Okay. So this is one function created, and if you look at this particular function or method, it has its own local variables. Similarly, if I try to do, let's say, long C is equal to 60, this will show you a syntax error, because the compiler is not concerned about the data type. It is concerned about the variable name. Now you have tried to duplicate the variable C, which is a local variable of addition function, again. The compiler is concerned about the variable name. So it will show you duplicate local variable. Okay, so I'll comment this. And that is what I have given out. Okay, the next thing I have told you is that you cannot use the access specifier as public, default, private, protected. Now, if you want to have public private, protected, you have to use the respective keywords, public, private, protected. Default doesn't have any keyword. You cannot define local variables with a static or non-static keywords. Okay. But yes, local variables can have final as the access modifier. So we'll see this. Now, for example, out here, so we will use access modifiers and try to see what the compiler says. So let's say I create a variable E. Okay, I'll call this as public. So public, for public access specifier, you have to use the public keyword. So public, let's say E, public int E is equal to 40, for example. Automatically there will be a syntax error. It's an illegal modifier for the parameter E, only final permitted. So you cannot use access modifiers. And what are the access modifiers? Public, default, protected, and private. So similarly, if I just copy this, sorry, I'll comment this. So you will see this illegal modifier as the syntax error coming. Okay. I can use, I'll just copy this so that I don't waste time too much. Okay. F is equal to, let's say, 50. And instead of public, I give protected. Okay. Same syntax error will come, illegal modifier for parameter F. So you cannot use access modifier. Similarly, let's say I use for private, I use integer G is equal to, let's say, 60, and I use the private part, private access modifier for a local variable. So I'm using access modifier for local variables. Please remember that, and you will get the same syntax error. Okay. Now commented, default doesn't have any keyword. So if keyword means there's no keyword for default. Age is equal to, let's say, 70. Now there's no keyword for it, but if you see out here, there's no syntax error shown by the compiler. Okay, that does not mean it is default access modifier being used. Local variables cannot have default access modifier, and for default access modifier, no keyword is used. So do not think that we have used the default access modifier for variable H. I have told you that default access modifier doesn't have any keyword. So do not think that this local variable is accepting the default access modifier. Local variables, this becomes a local variable, simple. Please understand that. Okay, since default access modifier doesn't have any keyword, it does not mean this variable becomes a default variable. Okay, it means that local variables cannot have access modifiers. Please remember that. This is a very, very typical case. People get confused. That means this is a default access modifier variable. No. Local variables will not have access modifier. Default that does not have any keyword, so people get confused. Oh, that means age becomes a default access modifier based local variable. No. Local variables, please remember, do not have any access modifiers. So this is a typical case. You can remember it, please. I'm not going to comment it. So access modifiers cannot be used. I'll just give this comment. Okay. Similarly, yes, you can use the access modifier called final can be used. Local variable. So we'll use the final. So for final access modifier, you can use the final keyword. The final, let's say, integer I. Okay. And if you create this, okay, you have not declared the value of it. Okay. So you got to declare the value of it. You can declare the value down also like this. I is equal to 10. Okay. This is where you have declared the data type of the variable and the keyword called final. So if you do a syntax out here and use the syntax for printing out, sys out rather, and let's say the value of I is concatenate this with the variable I, so you'll get the value of 10 if I run this class file after saving. You see that? Now I try to change the value of I. So I try to change the value of I to 20. So earlier the memory had the value of I as 10. Now I have changed the value of I to 20. So earlier memory gets lost. That means in the memory of the computer, the value of I was 10. Now I have changed the value of I to 20. Generally speaking, the value of I will get changed in the memory of the computer from 10 to 20. Now this is a final local variable. Once you have declared the value of the variable cannot be changed if you are using the access modifier called final. Please remember that. So once you declare the value of a final local variable, you cannot change it. So I have tried to change it to 20, and you will see the syntax error is coming. And what is the syntax error? Final local variable I may have already been assigned. Once you have assigned a value of a final local variable, you cannot change the value of it. This syntax error will come. So I'll write down, once a value is declared for a final local variable, we cannot change the value. Once we declare the value, once a value is declared for a final local variable, we cannot change its value. And that is why this is showing you a syntax error. So I'll comment it. But let's say I have a local variable, okay, without the final keyword. Say integer j is equal to 10, and I do a sys out. I'll call j, and you can create a logical answer in the console by writing out this string. The value of j is, and then you can concatenate this with j. Okay. Now, this is the value of j that will be printed out if I run the class file right now. Let's change the value to 1000 and then run it. This is what I get the result. Now this is not a final, this is not using the final keyword. Okay, so I can change the value of this variable j, I can change it to 2000, and if I do a sys out, I will get the value of j as j. So I'll just copy this particular code and print it out, and paste it out, and then I can run it. Here the value of j is 100,000. This is the value of the current value of j. So what happens out here is that this was the value of j that you had declared. This will be kept in the memory of the computer. Once you change the value of j, okay, the earlier value gets lost. How do I know that? Okay, let's say I declare integer k is equal to 10,000. Okay, and I declare an integer L which is equal to k plus j, and I do a sys out of L. Now what is the value of L that you will get? Would you get the value of 10,000 plus 1,000, 11,000, or you will get 12,000? 12,000 means this 10,000 added with to this 2,000. So what's your expectation? Can somebody tell me what is the result? The result will be the current value of k of j will be added with the value of k. Now this value have got lost. Once you change the value, the earlier value kept in the memory of the computer has got lost. So if you use j out here, the current value of j, what is there in the memory of the computer, that is 2,000, will be taken and will be added with 10,000, and that is why you will get the result of 12,000. So if you run this particular class file, you will see it is showing you 12,000. Okay, so what happens out here? The earlier value gets lost, the current value becomes the value in the memory of the computer. So when you add j, 2,000 will be added to 10,000. Okay, so this is all about local variables and the usage of it.
Hey there! Want to get really good at testing software? Our Selenium course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about Selenium. It's like a toolbox for testing web applications, from ensuring they work to finding bugs. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Selenium Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Variables which are defined within the body of the class are called as global variables. Now, global variables are not defined within the body of the method. Classes do have methods, and a class can have n number of methods. So there is a body of a class and a body of a method. So variables which are defined within the body of the class, not within the body of the methods, are called as global variables. Global variables, you cannot duplicate global variables. If you try to duplicate a global variable, it will show you a syntax error stating that duplicate field. Now the syntax error will be different. If you are duplicating a local variable, the syntax error will be duplicate local variable. If you duplicate a global variable, the syntax error will be duplicate field. So global variables cannot be duplicated, that is, global variables names cannot be duplicated within the same class body. The compiler is not concerned about the other aspects of the global variable per se. Global variable will have the aspect of access modifiers, which local variables do not have. Access modifiers can be public, protected, default, private. Global variable can be static or non-static. Okay, a global variable will have data types like integer, float, long, and your what you call boolean, and character and string type. So these aspects or features of a global variable are at all not considered as far as duplication is concerned. So compiler is not at all concerned about what is the data type, if the data type is duplicated, or if the the static or the non-static part of the global variable is duplicated, or the modifier is duplicated. It is just concerned about the global variable name. So if you are duplicating the global variable name, it is going to show you a syntax error stating that it's a duplicate field. So irrespective of the data types of the global variable, or irrespective of similarity of two global variables having the same concept of static or non-static, or if the two global variables have the same kind of access modifiers, the compiler, as I've told you, is not concerned. It will look at the global variable name, and if the global variable name is same within the class body, compiler is going to show the error called as duplicate field. Usage of global variables can be in any function, but it follows the rules of access modifiers. So the usage of the global variable will be dependent, or rather the access modifier for you that is defined for the global variable. But yes, if if there are functions within the global variable, you can use it. Sorry, if there are functions within the class file, okay, you can use global variables in all those functions. So we'll see that. We'll see the usage of that. Okay. Access modifiers, global variables can use access modifiers like public, default, private. Okay, and final also allowed. There are two commas after the private parts. I'm going to remove that. Okay, so you can have access modifiers like public, default, private, and final. Protected, I have not defined out here. Somehow I've left it, so I'm going to basically write down that one also. So you can have public, default, protected, and private plus final. Now, if you want to define a global variable as public, you need to use the public keyword. You can define a global variable private with a private keyword, protected with a protected keyword, final with a final keyword. But if you want to define a global variable as default, there's no keyword for that. So that is why I've given out that default doesn't have any keyword. Rest have the keywords as described. Global variables can be static and non-static. So for non-static, there's no keyword again. Okay. And we'll see the practical examples of global variable right now. Okay, so I'm going to create a new project today, and the project will be created by right-clicking on the Project Explorer path, going to New and choosing the project path. And we highlight the Java project, click on Next. I'll call this as Session 3. The project name is Session 3. Click on Next and say Finish. I don't want to change the theme of the Eclipse ID, so I'll say no to the perspective right now. So in this session 3, I'm going to create a package inside the source folder, and the package can be called as right-click New Package. Let's call this as global variables. If you look at it, all are in small because there is a standardization followed. And I'm creating a single package. I'm not creating a package inside package. So if you want to create a package inside package, you got to use the dot part. So you can use dot some other name. Then it means that you're creating a package inside another package. So I don't need to create that. Click on Finish, and inside this, so I'll create a class file. By right-clicking, go to New and choose class, and using global variables.
Why the private and protected was disabled when we are trying to create a class from that dialog?
Because a class cannot be private and protected. Class can be only public abstract.
Oh.
These are the two modifiers that can be used for a class. A class can be only public or abstract. Okay, it cannot be private or protected. That's the rule for a class.
Okay.
But a function can be public, private, protected, default, and final. A global variable can be public, protected, default, private, final. These are rules for the global variables. So right, let's discuss about global variables right now. So let's say I want to create a global variable, and I've told you that local variables are restricted within the body of the method. Okay, so this is the method called main method, and this is the body of the main method. So if you define any local variables, those will be localized within the body of the method, and the usage of the local variables are within the body of the method. Okay, now if you want to describe a global variable, the global variable needs to be described within the body of the class file. This is the body of the class file. Okay, so I can describe global variables out here. So I'm going to create a commenting part out here so that you can understand that these are nothing but global variables. Now, how do I describe a global variable? Now let's say I describe, let's say I have a project. Okay, I'm creating a project regarding cars. Okay, now what are the functions of a car? A function of a car is to accelerate through the acceleration pedal, where you can increase or decrease the speed. And a function of a car can be to start and stop. Okay, a function of a car can be to go for a cruise control. Cruise control means that let's say you are driving in a highway, so you can actually cruise at a particular speed constantly for as long as you want. So you basically press on the cruise control and basically cruises at the same speed. This can be functions of a car, for example. Okay, and definitely a car will have a principal manufacturer. A principal manufacturer can be, let's say, Honda, or it can be, let's say, Hummer, or it can be BMW. And cars can have models. Okay, There are different models of BMW. There are different models of, let's say, Honda. You have Honda Civic, you have Honda City, you have Honda BRVs right now, and there are SUVs from Honda. Similarly, you can have, BMWs also have different models, and cars definitely have wheels. Okay, and every car will have 4 wheels. So there are certain parts which can be described as a global variable for the car, and there are certain parts which can be described as functions of the car. Okay, so let's talk about car today. So we're going to basically discuss, describe the functions of a car and the variables of a car. Okay, so that's going to help us out, actually speaking. So now, first of all, let us speak about the global variables of a car. So so car can be from different manufacturers. Okay, so I can have a kind of, let's say, a global variable, as I have told you, can have I'll just write down this. A global variable can be described with access modifiers, and that is what is given in your PPT also, in your presentation also. So I can describe now what are the global variables that I can describe for a car. Then let's speak about the car. So principal manufacturer can be a global variable. So I can describe a global variable with an access modifier called public. Okay, and the global variable can be static or non-static. Static means which is not changing, and non-static means which can change. So principal manufacturer can be different. So you can have different kind of principal manufacturers. So you cannot make a global variable, let's say principal manufacturer, to be static, because the static means which is not changing. Okay, that's what it means. Non-static means it is changing at this point of time. Very layman terms meaning. Okay, so what happens out here is that you describe the principal manufacturer as non-static. So for non-static, there's no keyword. So I'll write down out here, a global variable can be static or non-static. So for non-static, there's no keyword. So if I describe a variable as non-static, there's no keyword for that. But yes, you need to describe the data type of a global variable. So a global variable will have data types, which can be your integer, long, float, whatever it is. String is a type again. So principal manufacturer means, let's say Honda is a principal manufacturer, Suzuki is a principal manufacturer, BMW is a principal manufacturer, Audi is basically a principal manufacturer. So let's describe the principal manufacturer as public. Okay, and let's describe it as a non-static global variable and of string type. Okay, and I'll call this as principal manufacturer. Now when you describe global variables or even local variables also, you start with a lowercase, strictly speaking. Okay, lowercase p, principal. So it's a combination of 2 words, principal and manufacturer. The next part, manufacturer, the first letter of manufacturer or the first letter of the next word should be your capital, and this is called as camel casing. Okay, for global variables and local variables, you follow this strategy. If the local or the global variable is a combination of 2 words, the first letter of the first word can be lowercase, the first letter of the second word should be uppercase. So this is called camel casing. It's a coding convention followed. Okay, and you can give a terminator sign. Now if you look at this particular category, global variables always are shown in light blue color. Local variables will be shown in black color. So if you define a local variable within the body of the method, for example, integer a is equal to 10. Just for your reference, you will see that the color of the local variable is black, the color of a global variable is blue, a light blue. So wherever you see a light blue color, okay, try to understand that it's probably is a global variable. Okay, so next thing is that I want to basically describe this thing also, even if it is not being taught to you still. When you have a public, so public is an access modifier, right? So an access modifier can be used for a global variable, and access modifier is also used for a function. I've told you earlier. Now, what do you mean by public? So I'm going to basically, remove the curtain or remove the secrecy behind these access modifiers today. Okay, but I'm going to stick to, yesterday I stuck to public functions. Today I will stick to public global variables. I will describe the, the practical behavior of it in the later point of time. But let me remove the curtain actually from these access modifiers today. It's going to go. It is also going to, relieve you of the tension. Why these guys always speaks about, access modifier. So public means something which can be accessed across packages. Now I have told you what is a package, which can be accessed across packages. Packages are nothing but folder structures. So you can have more than one package. We can have more than one package inside a project. Now if you see that there's a project called session 3, session 2, session 1. So inside a particular package you can have more than one packages, and packages, and you already know what does a package hold. Package holds, your package will have a source folder and a Jerry system library. The source folder, inside it will have the the project will hold source folder and the Jerry system library, and the source folder will hold the packages, and packages will hold class files with a .java extension, which are non-compiled files at this point of time. Okay, you can have more than one package in a particular project. So packages defines folder structures, okay, which actually creates rules and regulations to actually access the files inside the folder structure. So we can have more than one package inside a project. Packages are required, this is all extra information, are required to create folder structure. So they are required to create folder structure so that the files inside the folders of a package can be accessed with certain rules. So I'm just giving you this extra information. So public is something which can be accessed across packages. So a global variable can have access modifiers, a function can have access modifiers. So when you see public, it means that it can be accessed across packages. Okay, next thing is your, and this is your extra info. What is a package? What does a package have? Package will have folder structure, and the files inside the folder structure will be accessed with certain rules. And how are these rules described? With certain rules I have given. These rules are described by the access modifiers. So public is access modifier. Similarly, let me put it as access modifier. Next part is your default. A default is something which can be accessed across classes present in the same package. Now I've told you packages contains what? It contains class files. That is what the package is holding, right? It has one class file right now. It can have more than one class file. So if you are describing a global variable or a function as a default functions, those default functions or those global variables can be accessed across classes present in the same package. Now, what is the difference between this and this? This can be accessed across packages. So you have two packages, for example, and both the packages have, let's say, five class files. So two different packages might be in the same project, might be in different project, and each package have five class files. Okay. So what happens if it is public, a function is public, or a global variable is public? So it can be accessed across packages of all projects. I can just basically write down across packages of all projects. Default is nothing but which can be accessed across classes present in the same package. So this public means across accessed can be accessed across packages of all projects. So you can have more than one project, and each project can have more than one package, and each package can have more than one class file. So this is like a public appearance, accessed by everybody. Okay. Default, something which can be accessed across classes present in the same package. And then you have protected. This means something which can be accessed by classes which have parent-child relationship. Okay, parent-child relationship means a parent-child relationship comes with the concept of inheritance. I have not taught you inheritance. Okay, so I will not. That is why I do not want to describe the access modifier. I do not want to describe it with quotes, but the theoretical part I'm telling you right now. So protected means something which can be accessed by classes which have parent-child relationship. Parent-child relationship comes with the concept of inheritance. Okay. Next is private. Something which can be accessed within the same class file. So private means a private function or a private global variable means which can be accessed within the same class file in which it is created. So a class file, if you are basically asked what are the properties of a class file, so this is a class file. The properties of the class file can be your global variables, your functions, and your constructors. Constructors I have not told you. Okay, we'll see that. But yes, a private function, okay, or a private global variable or a private constructor can be accessed within the same class file in which it is created. So all these access modifiers, I'll give you a note out here. The access modifier concept is used for functions, global variables, and constructors. Okay, and these functions, global variable, or constructors are considered as properties of a class file. That is why I actually do not want to tell you about, do not want to show you these access modifiers, that is default, protected, and private. I'm just going to restrict myself right now to public, and the reason is that I will let you know after the concept of inheritance and all the access modifier part, because you need to first understand inheritance. Because for example, protected, something which can be accessed by classes which have a parent-child relationship, and parent-child relationship of a class is nothing but the concept of inheritance. I have not taught you that. So if I start teaching you protected, you will get confused. Okay, So that is why I'm restricted myself whenever I'm teaching you functions. Yesterday I taught you functions. I restricted myself to public. Okay, something which can be accessed across packages of all projects. So you can have more than one project. Each project can have more than one package. Each package can have more than one class file. Okay, so a public global variable or a public function or a public constructor can be accessed across packages of all projects. So that means it is open to public. It's like an internet kind of thing, open to everybody. Whereas default, protected, and private are there are restrictions for usage. So that is why I do not want to show this at this point of time. But I have told you the theoretical analysis because you must be thinking that this guy is thinking about too much about these things but not describing it. Okay, so the practicalities of it I will explain you later on, but yes, the theoretical part I have explained you. So I'm going to put it out here. So let's speak about and go back to your global variables where I'm describing the global variable with the public access modifier right now. That means this variable can be accessed across all packages of all projects. That is what I've given, which can be accessed across all packages of all projects. So since I'm speaking about cars, so I have to define the global variables of a car. The car can have more than one principal manufacturer. Okay, that is why it is static, non-static. Static means which is constant in layman terms. So I can also describe a global variable, let's say as string type only. Okay, and let's say model. A principal manufacturer, for example, Audi, have different models: A4, A5, A6, A3 model. So, and this should be with a lowercase. Okay, so these are of string type, and then you can have a public global variable. Let me look at it later on. So public, so one is the principal manufacturer, one is the model. Next will be, let's say, the number of wheels. So number of wheels in any model of any car will be 4. So I can make this as static. Okay, and return type will be integer, and I'll call these as wheels. Okay, now if you look at all the global variables, all are in blue color, light blue color. These are not dark blue or light blue colors. That is how it is shown in the Eclipse IDE, and you will come to understand that, you know, if you see a light blue color kind of a coloring effect in a particular class file, you will try to understand that it's probably a global variable. Now you cannot create global variables. You should not create global variables inside the method. So these are the main method. First of all, you cannot create a global variable inside the main method because global variables are globalized. They can be used across all functions or methods present in a class file. So this class file has only one method right now. Okay, so this can have more than one method also. So right now it is a main method. So I can use these global variables inside the main method. Okay, now I can create more than one method in a class file. I have told you a class file can have n number of methods. Now since I'm speaking about car, these are the variables, global variables of a car. A car can have function also. I have told you about functions. So what's the function? A car can accelerate to increase or decrease the speed. So acceleration is nothing but a function of a car. So I can create a public. Right now I will stick to public functions. Let's say acceleration. You can increase the acceleration of a car or decrease the acceleration of the car with the accelerator. Okay, so it's not a constant behavior. It's not a constant approach. The acceleration can increase or decrease. It cannot be static. Static means something which is constant. So this function can be non-static function. So non-static means public. Non-static, you do not have any keyword. Return type, let us stick to void. There are other return types we have seen yesterday in the functions, and I'll call this function as acceleration. Okay, and our function is always followed by a parenthesis and then a body. Okay, and I basically give out a sys out statement. Acceleration of a car is used to accelerate. It helps to increase or decrease the speed. Okay, I'm just giving a body at this point of time with the println command. Okay, this is the body of the acceleration, and the body contains only a println command with a printout. So if I call this particular function, okay, it will basically print out this particular value. Okay, similarly I can have, so why I have created acceleration as a non-static function? Simple reason, static means which is stable, it does not change, but acceleration of a car changes, right? So with that concept in mind, I have created this function as a non-static function. You can decrease the acceleration or increase the acceleration of the car by using the accelerator. But I can create one more function out here of the car, and the function can be for example, a function which can be static into nature. So what is the function of a car which can be static? Cruise control. Once you actually use the cruise control, it will move the car at a constant speed. So let's say cruise control you do in the highways, and you want to cruise it at, let's say, 60 km per hour. So I'm speaking about Indian metric system. 60 miles per hour in US metric system. So I can use cruise control in my highway. So let's say I want to move my car at 120 miles per hour. So I can have a cruise control where I do not need to actually use my accelerator. It will move the car constantly at 120 miles per hour. So that particular function of a car can be made static, because if you initiate the process of cruise control in a car, it moves at a constant speed, and constant is related with static, which does not change. So I call this function as static function. And return type I will stick to voids. I'm sticking to the void return type. I'm sticking to public access modifiers. Okay, at this point of time, I'll call this as cruise control, and this is the body. Okay, so I can just do a hard coding at this point of time. I'm not creating any so I'm creating a function, but functions are reusable. So I'm just hard coding, just giving a println command. I'm not coding anything. I'm just hard coding to show you the usage of the global variables out here. This out, and I can write down cruise control is generally used in highways to cruise the car at a constant speed in order to get a good mileage. That is why you use cruise. So if you run your car at a constant speed, obviously the mileage of the car will be increased. Okay, so I'm just hard coding with a println command. If you see, for acceleration, I have to use a println command. I've just described the functionality of acceleration. Similarly, I have just hard coded for cruise control. So just describe what is the cruise control all about. Okay, what are the other functionalities of the car that you can think of? Cruise control, acceleration, and brake system. So brake, a particular braking system is available. It's called the anti-braking system, ABS, which actually helps out in helps the car during heavy rains. If you generally use brakes during heavy rains, there might be a possibility that the car skids. If you have an ABS, anti-braking system, in your car, and you, let's say, suddenly put brakes during heavy rains, this car will not skid. That is what anti-braking system does. So I can create a functionality as far as ABS is concerned, and you can, this is also a kind of a static function, because the functionality of ABS does not change. It basically just saves the car from skidding during heavy rains when brakes are suddenly applied. So it's a constant functionality of the particular car. So I call it a static function. public static void return type at this point of time. I'll call this as ABS, anti-braking system. I'll describe the body of this particular function with the println command again. Okay, so I can just write down in within a string format. ABS helps to save the car from skidding during heavy rains when brakes are applied. Nothing but describing the functionality of ABS, and that's nothing but this. I've not described any other codes. I'm not doing any kind of logical analysis for this particular function. I'm not writing any logical codes for the function. I'm just writing the println commands, and this is nothing but I'm trying to hard code these functions just to make you understand. These are the functions. These are the functions or methods of the particular car, and these are the global variables of this particular car. And these global variables and these methods that you have described out here, and including the main method, are called the properties of the car. Now there's no constructors. If you have a constructor in this particular class file, the constructor is also considered as a property of the class file. So these global, at this point of time, these global variables and these methods are nothing but properties of which class file? Of this class file. So let's try to use that now. Okay, so a global variable, as I have told you, if you go back to your slide, it basically says that variables which are defined within the body of the class files are called global variables. You cannot duplicate a global variable. So if I do a duplication out here, for example, I've told you it is not concerned about the access modifier or the data type or whether it is static or non-static. The compiler is concerned about the variable name. So if I try to duplicate a global variable, let's say I create a private global variable which is non-static into nature with a return type, let's say of string, and call these as wheels again, I am going to get a syntax error. And what is the syntax error? Duplicate field. You can see that. Duplicate field using global variables wheels. It gives you very clearly that it's a duplicate field, and that is what I was telling you, that if you have a duplication of global variables, it is going to show you a syntax error. So global variables cannot be duplicated. So global variable names cannot be duplicated within the same class body. So the class body is nothing but the class file is called as using global variables. So you cannot duplicate a global variable. Next part of this particular slide says about irrespective of the data types, not only irrespective of the data type, irrespective of the data types or access modifier or your static, non-static. If the global variable name is same within the class body, compiler is going to show you the duplicate field as the syntax error, and that's what you get out here in your this particular concept. So it's going to show you that duplicate field is there. So I'm going to comment this. So this is a example of duplicate global variable. The next thing about the particular slide says about that usage of global variables can be in any function, but it follows the rules of the access modifier. So you can use the global variables in any function. Now, right now in this particular class file, you have 4 functions. Main method is a function, acceleration function is there, cruise control is there, and ABS is out there. Okay, so usage of the global variables can be, so all these 3 are global variables, so all these 3 can be used across these functions. But yes, you got to see what is the access modifier used. So if it is a public access modifier, it can be accessed across all packages of all projects. Okay, so packages will have more than one class file. There can be more than one package in a project. There can be innumerable projects in the Eclipse. So if it is a public global variable, it can be accessed by all classes of all packages of all projects. That's what you mean by public. And I can use these global variables across all these functions. For example, I do not want to show you. Let's say principal manufacturer. So I want to use it in the main method. So let me comment this. This is not required. So I want to use it in the main method. So how will I use it? Okay. Now, if you look at principal manufacturer and model, these are non-static because the value of the principal manufacturer might change tomorrow, or the value of the model might change tomorrow. Okay. So Audi might have different models. So Audi is a principal manufacturer, and models of Audi can be A3, A4, A5, A6. Suzuki is a principal manufacturer. The models of Suzuki can be anything. It can be your Ciaz, it can be your Vitara, or it can be a what do you call Ertiga. There are different models of Suzuki. Similarly, you have BMW. The BMW is a principal manufacturer which can have a lot of models. Okay, but the wheels of any car is always 4. So I have defined this particular global variable as static. Okay, now the question lies out here is that I can use these global variables across all these functions: ABS, acceleration, main method, and cruise control in every function. Okay, so how do I use it? Strictly speaking, let's start using these global variables across all these functions. So how do I use it? So one way is to actually copy this and put it out here. And let's say principal manufacturer is equal to, now you give the value of the global variable, let's say Audi. Okay, and I can basically, now let's see, there is a syntax error out here. Cannot make a static reference to a non-static field. Now if you look at here, this is a static global variable. So this is a non-static global variable. Okay, a non-static global variable cannot be called inside a static function. This is a static function. These are rules. Okay, so I do not want to show this rule for global variables, but yes, the rules are coming. So if I make this a static, the moment I make this static, the red underline goes. So what I said that is that a static global variable can be called inside a static function. So this is a non-static global variable, and you are calling a non-static global variable inside a static main function. You will get this syntax error. And what is the syntax error? It says that Audi cannot be resolved to a variable, first of all, and second is cannot make a static reference to a non-static field. So you cannot, what do you mean by that? You cannot call a non-static global variable inside a static function. And main method is a static function. The moment I turn this to static, okay, your red underline goes. Okay, and it has to be of string type. So this value that you define should be a string type in the string format. So what I am going to do is that, okay, I'm going to basically create one more principal manufacturer global variable. I'll just remove it from here first, just for your understanding. Okay, copy and paste it. I'll call this as principal manufacturer 1 because otherwise it will show you duplicate field. Okay, because you cannot duplicate a global variable. So I'll call this a principal manufacturer 1. I'll make this as static. That both of the results you can see. So when I call this, syntax error will come, because so this is nothing but why it is coming, because the syntax error is coming because we are calling a static, a non-static rather, global variable inside the static main method. Because if you see, the main method or the main function is static, right? So if you try to call a non-static global variable inside a static method, you will get this kind of syntax. And what is the syntax? Cannot make a static reference to a non-static field. And which is the non-static field? Principal manufacturer. So I'll comment it. These are very important rules. Okay. Now I'll try to call this. This will not have any problem because this is static. So you're calling a static global variable inside a static main method. This will be not having any problems. So this I will call this as, let's say, this is of string type. You can see that. So I'll have to put the value of this particular variable as a string type. Let's call this as audio only. Okay. Now if you look at, whenever I am calling a global variable inside the main method, you will see it is in blue color, a light blue color. So if you see a light blue color variable, that means it's a global variable. And how do I get a printout of this? Simple thing. Sys out, and I can make this printout look beautiful in the console of Eclipse. How do I do that? I can write down the principal manufacturer is concatenated with this particular variable. Control C and Control V out here. So you'll basically write down the principal manufacturer is Audi. Then I will try to call the non-static global variable model inside a static. Again, it will show you a problem. So you can actually call this Control C and Control V. I think you can copy and paste it like this. Let's say the model is also of string type. So what I can do is that, let's say the model is A6. Now this will have the same kind of problem. It is in blue color, but the syntax error you can see cannot make a static reference to a non-static field. So this commenting will be copied out here too. I'll comment it. I'll comment this line of code also. Now let me create one more global variable with model again. I'll call this as model 1. If I create model again, it will show me a duplicate field. I'll make this static, and secondly I have to change the variable name, global variable name, to model 1, for example. Okay, so what's gonna happen? How do I call model 1? This is static, this is static. Okay, I can either copy or paste it one way and give the value as, let's say, A6 and put a terminator sign. This is one way. Other way is that, okay, this is static, this method is also static, main method is also static. So what I can just put my cursor out here, control space bar, you will see model 1 coming out here. It is a string type and part of this particular class file called using global variables. So if you use control space bar, you will get these static global variables like this in a static main method. Okay, just call it and give the value to it within as a string format value, A6. And then I can use a sysout statement. You can write down the model of, concatenate this with principal manufacturer 1 is the variable name. That means I'm trying to say the model of Audi. So what is going to be printed out in the console? The model of Audi, because this is the value of principal manufacturer 1, Audi. The model of Audi is, concatenate this with, again with string, is, the model of Audi is, and this is completely in string format. This is in string format. So a string getting concatenated with a string, this completely getting concatenated with this string, this getting concatenated with the variable called as model 1. So what will this print out? The model of Audi is A6. That is what it is going to print out. Okay, and next I am going to use wheels. Wheels is always the static. Okay, so what I can do is that I can use control space bar and just see wheels out here, and number of wheels will be equal to 4. Why I can give in this particular format? If you look at wheels global variables, integer data type, you just give 4, and I can write down a sysout. You can write down control spacebar. Sorry, not control spacebar. Principal manufacturer, that is Audi.
So the manufacturer and the model, they can change. But in this way, we made them static. So they are just like wheels. I mean, like we were saying that wheels are always 4 in any given car. But then manufacturer and model can change. So how do we make this manufacturer and model variables change?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you. Hold on. Just hold on. So printout will be Audi. Concatenated this with Audi has concatenate this with call out the wheels variable. So it has 4. The value of wheels will be 4. Concatenate this with wheels. Okay. So I will save this class file and run it. And what is the result that I get? Is this. Principal manufacturer is Audi. The model of Audi is A6. Audi has 4 wheels. Now, I can call these variables inside the acceleration function, the cruise control function, and the ABS function. So how do I call it first? Okay, simple thing. What you need to do is that just expand this, and if you look at this is a non-static function. Okay, so one rule is very common. How do I define the rule? That is the question out here. So the rule is something like this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to put the rule out here. Important rule. What is the important rule? The first rule is that, let me put it as part of the block comment. Rule number 1, static stuff can call static stuff. Rule number 2, non-static stuff can call as well as non-static stuff. Now you have seen rule number 1. How? A static main method can only call static variables, global variables. So if we want to understand this particular rule, so we saw this particular rule being implemented. So I will close this particular block comment. So star and /. So we saw that a static method only calls static global variables. So in this particular case, where did we see this? The static main method can only call static global variables, and that is why I created static global variables. Because if you try to call a non-static global variable inside a static method, it is giving you this kind of problem. And what is the problem? This is the problem that you face. So we saw this, that a static method only calls static global variables. Similarly, a static method can call static functions or static methods inside it. This we have not seen still. Similarly, a static method can call static methods inside it. Calling a static method can call static methods inside it. So go back to your yesterday's class. Functions, these are user-defined functions. Okay. Until unless you call it inside the main method, you cannot get the result of it. That when you create a user-defined functions, okay, you have to call it inside the main method. Otherwise, you will not get the result of it. What is the result?
Right.
Result is nothing but the codes that you write down within the functions. Correct. So this is a static method. Okay. Now I'll try to call acceleration user-defined function, which is a non-static. Okay. How do I can call it? I can just copy this and paste it out here. So this is nothing but, so I will write down out here calling static and non-static global variables inside the main method, inside the, I'll call inside static main method to be very precise, because main method is always static. And this is the repercussion that you saw. Some global variables are getting accepted, some are not getting accepted. And which are getting accepted? Which are static global variables. Non-static global variables like this or this are not getting accepted in a static method. Now let's call static and non-static user defined functions. Now I'm trying to show you this particular rule. This rule. Static stuff can call static stuff. Okay. So I'm trying to, now I'll try to call the user defined function acceleration. Two ways to call it. Copy it, paste it, and put a terminator sign. You will see that there is a red underline. Cannot make a static reference to a non-static method acceleration from the type, that is from the class global variables. You cannot call a non-static function inside a static method, or you cannot call a non-static method inside a static main method. So calling static and non-static user defined function inside the static main method. I'm stressing on the word static for the main method because that is what the rule says. Static stuff can call static stuff. So I'm trying to call a non-static function inside a static main function, and it is defying this rule. The rule is that a static stuff can only call static stuff. So when you try to defy the rule, you get this kind of syntax error. That means if it is showing you this kind of syntax error, how will I get the result of the acceleration? I will not be able to get it. Simple thing. So what I do? Okay. So what I did is copying it from here and pasted it. Okay. There's another way to understand it. If I remove this and just have control space bar, you will see that the acceleration is not coming only. The acceleration function is not being shown in this pop-up. Just check it out. What is shown is only the function called cruise control. Now why is cruise control being shown when you use control space bar? Because cruise control is static. So all these static functions will be seen when you try to use the control space bar inside a static main method. So I am basically putting the cursor inside the static main method. So when I do control space bar, I'll be only able to do static functions. For example, cruise control. And ABS also, because these two are static functions. So these will be seen in the pop-up when a control space bar is allowed to be used inside the static main method. Okay. But you do not see the acceleration. So that is why I copied it. Just to show you that static stuff can call static stuff only. And this is defying the rule. And that is why this, this is showing you the syntax. I cannot make a static reference to a non-static method. And the rule is very simple. Static stuff can call static stuff. So I will comment it. That means if I am not able to call this method inside the main method, I will not get the result of the acceleration in the console of Eclipse. That's kind of a very stringent rule then. It's a very, very stringent rule. Next thing, what about cruise control and ABS? These are both static. Okay, so if I do control spacebar inside the main method and putting the cursor inside the main method, I do control spacebar. Please remember it. So I can just call cruise control like this. And I can again do control spacebar. I can use ABS. What's going to happen? I will get the results of cruise control and ABS. And if I run the class file after saving, I'm getting it. You see, cruise control is generally used in highways to cruise the car at a constant speed in order to get a good mileage. And ABS helps to save the car from skidding and removing heavy rains when brakes are applied suddenly. See, it is actually printing out the codes that are written down within the body of the respective functions out here. Now, I have told you that global variables can be used across all functions present in a class file, but it also depends on the access specifier. So it's a public. So public means what? Something which can be accessed across all packages of all projects. Packages will have class files. That means across all classes of all packages of all projects. I can just write down across all class files of all packages of all projects. That makes the public much more easier to understand. So I can use these global variables inside the acceleration also. That means, but what is acceleration? Non-static. So what does non-static rule says? Non-static stuff can call static as well as static stuff. So I will copy this rule, put it out here for non-static. Okay. This is a non-static function. So non-static stuff can call statics as well as non-static stuff, both. This is a very, very flexible rule then. So I'll comment it. Okay. And for main method, I'm using this rule. So I'll just copy this for your reference. And the rule is this. Now why I'm putting this rule? Because it's a static. Main method is static. Here the acceleration method is non-static. So I have to use this rule then. So then I can call what? Then I can call your both static and non-static. So it means that in a non-static function, I can call static and non-static global variables. It also means that, just copy this. It also means that in a non-static function, I can call static and non-static methods. Methods are nothing but function. That is what it means according to this rule. So let's first call up, this is the println command. So it will be printed out as it is. So I can call the static and the non-static stuff both. So if I do a control spacebar, I'll get the static, non-static stuff. This is non-static. You see, there is no S with this green dot. A green dot with S symbolizes a static global variable. A green dot without S symbolizes a non-static global variable. Please remember these things. So that is why when I put my cursor inside the body of a non-static function and I do control spacebar, I will see everything. I can see a non-static function, a non-static global variable, a static global variable. I can see a static global variable called wheels. I can see here, you can see a static function called ABS. I can see a non-static function called acceleration. All these are seen. Plus I can see a non-static, cruise control function. So that is why I said a non-static stuff can call static or static. Precisely mean that in a non-static function I can call static and non-static global variables. In a non-static function I can call static as well as non-static methods also. So how do I do it? Control spacebar, principal manufacturer. I change the principal manufacturer to, let's say, Suzuki. I can call this principal manufacturer, which is static. This is a static global variable. Please remember that. I can make this as, let's say, Mercedes-Benz. This can have its own println command. I can write down principal manufacturer is, I can just concatenate this variable called as principal manufacturer, copy this and paste it out here. Okay, and here I can write down a SISO statement. I can just copy this SISO statement. Why to waste time? Paste it out here. I'll call this as principal manufacturer 1. So I'm calling both. This is a non-static global variable. This is a static global variable, and I am calling it in the non-static functions. And non-static stuff can call static as well as non-static. It precisely means that in a non-static function I can call static and non-static global variables, and that is what I'm showing you. Next, you have something known as a model. This is a non-static function, a global variable. This is a static global variable. I call both. So let's say I speak about model. So I'll call this model for, let's say, Suzuki. And this is a non-static global variable. You can go and check it out. And model value should be in string format. Why? Because the global variable is in string format. You can check it out. So you can put the model as Suzuki, right? So I can, let's say, put CS. I can do a sysout. You can write down model of, concatenate this with principal manufacturer is the variable. Model of the value of this is Suzuki. So model of Suzuki is, concatenate this with the model. Okay, this is good. Should be printing out model of Suzuki is CS. So here I will use model 1 instead of model. For Mercedes-Benz, I'm going to use model 1. And model 1 is what? Model 1 I have defined as static. So in a non-static acceleration function, I can call both static as well as non-static global variables. And that is what I'm trying to show you. So I can call model 1 directly with control spacebar, model 1. And should be put as a string format because model 1 is defined as string. So you define this with, for example, you define this with Mercedes-Benz, right? So let's say C220 is the model. And you can write down the same println command. The only thing that will change is this will be principal manufacturer 1 and this will be model 1. So this is what I am trying to show. And then now I'll show you this. A non-static function I can call static and non-static methods also. This is a non-static function. So I can call static methods inside it. So I can use control spacebar. I will see cruise control. And other static method ABS. So I can just control spacebar. I will see ABS. Now if I try to call the acceleration non-static function, so these two are nothing but static functions called inside a non-static acceleration function, and that is what it says. So not only it can call static functions, you can also call non-static method inside a non-static function. That also you can do. That is the flexibility of this particular rule. But if you look at this particular function, it's a non-static function. So I cannot call it inside a static main method. I tried to call it earlier, but it showed me a problem. The moment I change it to static, it goes. And what happens is that this also becomes static. This also becomes static. So the moment you make it static, this will show you a problem because this is a non-static global variable. This is a non-static global variable. So this will start showing you a problem. The moment you turn it to static. The moment you turn it to static, this will show you a problem. But when you call the acceleration function inside a static method, no problem. The moment you remove static from here, this will show problem because you're calling a non-static function inside a static function. And static stuff can only call static stuff. That is the rule. So I'll have to comment this. So whenever you turn it to non-static, this problem will go. So you see the problems which are happening. You make this static, and after making it static, you call it, we call it inside a main method which is static, the red underline goes. But yes, the problem crops up out here because these variables are non-static, and non-static cannot be called inside a static function. The moment you make it is as non-static, the red underline goes from here, but the red underline comes out here. So even if you have created these principal manufacturers, you cannot see the result of it because you say acceleration is non-static, and you are calling it inside a static main method, and you got to satisfy the rule.
Right.
Beg your pardon?
So how do we call the acceleration function then, if we cannot call it from main?
So these are rules. So this rule is very stringent, very stringent rule. But this rule is a flexible rule. Okay. So we'll see how do we call a non-static function inside a static function. We'll see it later on. But I wanted to show you this rule. Now you will ask me, how do I change the value of this principal manufacturer? Nothing you need to do. What you need to do is that I'll just copy this. I'll paste it out here. Okay. I'll change this to Suzuki. Okay. Here it remains same. Nothing I will change. Here the model I'll change to CS. Model of Suzuki will be CS. Wheels will be equal to 4. Now please remember one particular thing. I told you that compiler moves from left to right and top to down. So it encounters these codes before. These lines of code will be encountered before. So based on the compilation, the result will be thrown out. Then these codes will be compiled and the result will be thrown out. And then lastly, these code will be compiled and thrown out. So it doesn't matter. Okay. So you can change the, values of these variables. It doesn't matter. So if I run this class file right now, you will see that you are getting earlier the value of principal matcher was Audi. After changing, it becomes Suzuki.
But I thought a static variable cannot be changed.
Value of variable cannot be changed, but what is happening out here is that you are using a println command out here. So earlier the value of the variable was Audi. The current value of this variable is Suzuki. So in the memory of the computer, the value of principal manufacturer changed from Audi to Suzuki. But what is happening? You are using a println command, right? So println command will be compiled by the compiler and the result is thrown in the console of Eclipse as it is. Now if I remove this, if I comment this, okay, and if I comment this, now this is the value and these are the current values, and there's a println command out here. So right now if I run it, I will get the value of Suzuki and CS, not the values of Audi and A6, because in the memory of the computer, earlier the value was this, now the current value is this. So whatever is the current value, that will be printed out. Am I getting the earlier?
Yeah, but in first instance, the value was Audi, right? And then we changed it to...
That's because you are using a println command. So what is the usage of println command? Print out the result.
Yeah, no, but we did the assignment to this variable principal manufacturer one. First we assigned it to Audi, then we assigned it to Suzuki. But I thought that you were saying that the static variables cannot be changed. They're static, right? We can change the values of them.
No, that is basically a concept in your this is a concept of understanding. Generally, what we mean by static. A static variable means it's a variable by, again, please understand, variable means variabilizing. If you take a layman term, what do you mean by static? Which does not change. Okay, it does not change. If you understand a point of view that why I have created the principal manufacturer, you can change it. That is why I first created it as a non-static variable. But I wanted to show you that when you try to call a non-static variable inside a static method, it doesn't get accepted. So which will get accepted? The acceptance will be based on this particular rule. So that is why that is why I created a static principal manufacturer again. Now please understand, it's a variable by itself. The variable value will change. Now, I wanted to tell you that how the rules actually comes into picture and what the rule means. Now, as far as single understanding of the static as a layman term, it means which is not moving, which is not dynamic. Okay, so what I wanted to say is that principal manufacturer, there are different principal manufacturers. So as far as your project is concerned, when you define a variable as static and non-static, think about it. Why are you making it static? A principal manufacturer cannot be made static, to tell you very precisely. Why? Because there are different principal manufacturers. But yes, wheels as a variable, you can make it static because every car has 4 wheels. So did I basically change the wheels to non-static? No. Now why did I change principal manufacturers to static? Because I wanted to show you this particular rule. That is why I changed it. But in the real-time scenario, I will be sticking to principal manufacturer being non-static and model being non-static, because this will change. But I wanted to show you this particular rule, and that is why I changed it from non-static to static for principal manufacturer and from non-static to static for your model. That is the reason, just to show you this rule. In the real-time scenario, okay, why would I basically in a project call a variable a static or non-static? When I see that the value of the variable remains constant, for example, wheels, I will call it as a static global variable, even if the name variable is coming, because variable is something which is variabilizing, which is having different values. I will still call that particular variable as static. Why? Because wheels of a car will remain constant at 4. So that is why I have called that as a static global variable. Now, why would I, in the real-time scenario, why would I call principal manufacturer non-static? Because there are different principal manufacturers of a car. There are different models of a car. That is why I made models as non-static. But at this instance, I also wanted to show you this particular rule. And I was trying to make you understand that when I call this non-static variable inside a static method, it is not getting accepted. How to make it accepted? By following this rule. So thus, for the purpose of making you understand, I made this as static. Just to make you understand, I made these two variables as static. But generally speaking, in the real-time scenario, the values of principal manufacturers or models will change. So I have to make it non-static. It's a concept of your mind that why would I make wheels, even if it is a variable. So variable is something which can variabilize. But you need to understand that wheels of a car will be always 4. The car cannot have 3 wheels. A 3-wheeler in India is an auto. It's basically okay. A 3-wheeler can be a desert bike. Okay, but a 3-wheeler cannot be a car. Car needs to have 4. Yeah, the variable's value of wheels will be 4, and that will remain constant. That is why you can make it static. Now the question that you asked, how do I make acceleration to be accepted inside the static main method? Because here when I'm trying to call acceleration inside the main method, it is showing you a syntax error. So for doing that, you have to define this rule. And in order to define, how do you define the rule? By creating objects. That is why objects concept is there.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which method is used to enter text into a text box using Selenium WebDriver? Option A, set text. Option B, send keys. Option C, type. Option D, input. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at testing software? Our Selenium course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will learn all about Selenium. It's like a toolbox for testing web applications, from ensuring they work to finding bugs. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they are talking about. Your teachers are pros who have been doing this for ages. They are here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a Selenium Pro? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.